Okay, we're live. So let's just see on my phone. Can you check the stream? Yeah, we're live.
I'm just gonna open it up myself as well. Get the viewership up. Oh, please get a charger.
Okay. Well, we are ready. We're live. Everything's okay. Hey guys.
Everything's okay?
Yeah, today we continue our journey of building our SaaS, and Val will make you a breakdown for today's agenda.
Yeah, so all right. What we had yesterday after the stream was a bit of a realization that it'll probably be better rather than having a transaction page and a invoice page. We could kind of combine them after we were able to do some research on the way invoices are done through Stripe. So what we're going to do is migrate some, or is migrate the right word? Yes, migrate some of the functionalities we built yesterday on the transactions page, and we're gonna move them over to the invoice page and add some more functionalities there. So what does that mean? So these are all of the features we'll be running through for today, and we thought of some other features that we'll be adding maybe after we ship the actual app. But if Alex, if you could go to the app screen.
Yep, screen, okay.
So here, as you can see, we have the amount, created date, updated date, source. And when we looked at the table, we already knew it was kind of empty. And when we decided we will migrate some of the functionalities to the invoices page, um, we realized all of the information which you see on the screen right now is in the object when we looked at the API for invoices. So we're going to change this whole table to showing the invoice rather than the specific transaction. We'll keep all the fields the same, but we thought it would be a better user experience and it will be better for the UX as well. We're still going to have the charts that will help you visualize the performance of your individual project. And we're still going to have the overall dashboard, which will generalize the performance of all of your projects. But we just thought it would be better to kind of keep everything together, as it'll probably be more suitable and it'll make more sense. Now, if we go to the features we were discussing, we can just run them down. So create invoice was essentially going to replace create transaction. However, it's not a like for like switch. So we're thinking to create a separate app that will allow you to create invoices manually. And then once the invoices are created on the separate app, from there, we'll be allowing the user to create an account with Profit Trail, which is the app we're building right now, and allow them to store their invoices and then again see the performance of their projects, which they're receiving invoices for in the Profit Trail app. However, that will be like my little challenge, as we thought that because Alex essentially is building this whole YouTube channel to help people by using me as like the dummy, which he's going to be helping throughout the whole time. So you guys could kind of learn along the way with us. And also I'll get to learn too. So this will be like a challenge after I've received all the information he's been teaching me throughout this whole live series. I'll be putting that into practice into building my own SaaS, which would be this, and then we'll reintegrate it into the current app we're building now. So then, moving on from there, we'll have the filter invoices as a feature we'll be introducing today. Essentially, we already have the functionality working for the transactions. We'll just be migrating that over to invoices. Um, Again, importing invoices from Stripe, which is the second feature. That one, again, we've done it already with transactions. Now we're just going to migrate it over to invoices, as again, we're able to show more information in the exact same place. So it's more efficient, better user experience. Then exporting single invoice, um, it's a very valuable feature. Just in case the user wants to export an invoice, we'll probably be adding it as a single button. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, as we can add some kind of like in the transactions an action
Yeah,
button, and you can export a specific invoice.
yeah, that'll be perfect. Um, yeah, if we go back to schedule, right, there you go. Then importing PDF invoices, we'll be trying to implement that today too, and that will be as simple as replacing the current create transaction button for the time being. Again, it's not a like for like switch because we're not going to be creating an invoice
Mm.
rather than a transaction, but we can at least replace it for the time being. And of course, we're going to keep this feature once we reintegrate the second app into Profit Trail. But importing PDF files, I think again something will be very useful for the user. It will be a very common action, we assume. We're gonna be implementing that too. Then exporting all invoices as a zip. That is like one of the final things we'll probably be doing today, and we'll be pushing for it. Um, we will hope to complete it. If not, it will be a task for probably Monday morning. We'll be doing another short stream. As I'm working like till very late on Monday. And then we'll be back on Tuesday again for a full day stream where we'll be trying to implement some of the rest functionalities. So if you have anything to finish from today, we'll be doing that on Tuesday stream. Then import invoice via picture. That's one of Alex's ideas. I think it's really cool, and if we're able to get this going, again, it could be very useful um, for the user. But that'll be again in the comments soon. Once we probably ship the app, the following features will be integrated slowly. Um, and then import invoices from other platforms. What do we mean by that? So essentially, we've built it for Stripe as it's a very common platform used by SaaS developers, and we're trying to again grow the pool of platforms by allowing the user to, if they're using anything like Stripe,
Yeah.
Alex has a lot more.
Lemon squeeze and
There you go.
paddle. So these are just
Exactly.
services like Stripe.
Exactly. So we'll be adding the feature for the user to be able to connect their accounts and add some of the invoices, and again allow them to oversee the progress of their projects that way, and create a little hub to store all of the invoices in one place. And then, as you can see, some of the following features include export to Google Drive and send auto accountant. This
Mm.
again streamlines the whole process of you as a SaaS owner, developer, having to go around the different emails, the different accounts to try and get all of your invoices and try sending it to your accountant. That is made easy for you through our app. And essentially that's one of the main reasons we're actually building this, because Alex has that issue right now where he has so many invoices to deal with, but he spends ages going through trying to find them and then having to send them to his accountant. So some of these functionalities, even exporting it to Google Drive, as you can see on the screen, that again, very useful, allowing you to keep all of your invoices stored in a separate location. It doesn't have to be on an app, but all nice, neat, and tidy. And that whole process is streamlined through our Profit Trail app. which, yeah, that's pretty much the breakdown, guys. I think I've waffled for quite a while, but I hope you all make sense. Alex, is there anything you would want to add?
Now you just cover everything, so we can
Very nice.
go and start building this thing. So
Okay, do you want to just go through the code I was able to commit last night with the buttons and
mhm,
see if I've messed up anything there, and
yeah,
then see if we can merge it or just you could just insert into the code
yeah. So your branch was feature two.
feature. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just see if we make a pull request with this branch. It's gonna be easier to track all the changes. So let's see. The toolbar is imported, and then you've covered this is from Stripe or manual, and you basically
Oh, so that's you remember the variable from last night?
yeah.
Yeah.
So the checkbox, if it's from Stripe, it's in a tooltip. Otherwise, it's just a plain checkbox. Okay. So then you remove the transaction type because we don't need that one, and then okay. So here on the actions, actually, you do the same, just wrap all this stuff on a tooltip. And if it's manual, only manual transactions can be edited. Okay. Um, but this button is disable false, like you have to disable it if it's manual. So
No, if it's not manual.
yeah, if you disable this uh, drop down menu item, this on select function won't be called because if it's disabled, then it won't click it. So you don't need this one. So you can remove this line and put
Uh-huh.
it inside is disabled. So basically, disabled will be if it's not manual, and that's
Ah,
guarantee you that this function will not be called.
wait, let me try it out.
Yeah, and the same
What's
for
the
here.
file?
Row actions,
Row actions.
and then
So
okay. And also for the class name, if you make it disabled true, I believe there is a native class name which will do that. The pointer events none and the opacity. You don't need this one as well because the components from SaaS-CN are working like that if you add just a disabled attribute.
so for disabled, are they just true then? Or keep it false?
Like this, you can do it like the same like the checkbox, and everything else will be uh,
Ah,
handled automatically
okay,
by
okay, that
ShatCN.
makes sense.
They will make the pointer events known. They will disable the click handler. So all of that is handled by their component.
Okay, and then is manual. Then I'm assuming this should get deleted. Right. Let me just test it before I commit anything.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make this pull request. So once you commit new changes, it will be right here.
Also, you're gonna have to run me through it, but I think I'm getting some sort of error when trying to build a new project.
When you try to build a new project, what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't let me build um
Like
doesn't
a
let me create a
project,
project
Next.js project or a project inside our app?
inside our app.
Okay, we're gonna see that.
Can you give me a hint on what the user ID for
This
your
is the
account is?
project ID.
Oh, project ID, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just build my project. Check.
Right, let me grab it from Superbase. Project demo
Yeah,
copy cell. Wait, it's localhost, dashboard, and then project ID, right?
and then transactions.
Oh, I know why. Sorry.
While you are doing that, I'm gonna put the template. So if someone wants to start their journey about building SaaS, they can use our template. So I'm gonna drop it
I
in the
might need
live.
your password as well, sir.
I'm gonna put it.
Or did you change it?
No, I'm gonna pin the message so they can get the template if they want. So guys, if you have any questions about building a site, just let us know so we can try to help you as much as we can. And also, if you want to see how you can configure this template that I've just sent you, go and watch our day one episode. We have covered everything from that template, so you can just install the packages and start shipping and building.
That's it. In Discord, can you just send me the password for the account so I don't have to change it? Or should I just change it?
You can change it to just change it to something and give me the password. It's not a problem because it's no one can use our password. It's in development environment.
Yeah. Right. Beautiful. Now it should work.
Yeah.
Dashboard. Then projects. Project ID. Oh god. All right. What now? Then all transactions, they would delete all of them.
No.
Oh, let me try and make one, see what happens.
There are tons of transactions. Are you sure that you use my account?
Yeah, I know, I think I've copied the wrong thing. Yeah, I copied the wrong thing. I was moving a bit too quick for myself. Alright, there you go. Cool. Okay, it does work, yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna put it for the delete button as when I was to commit the changes.
Okay. It's working, right? Okay, send me the password somewhere. I'm just changing the scene to be right back. You get the password and you return the life again.
Okay, I'll send you 9 messages. Oh,
Okay. Oh, so I'm gonna see it on my phone. Don't worry.
yeah.
Um,
There you go. This manual return, delete transaction. So it's
so probably I'm signed out because the password is different. No, it's not. Okay.
yeah.
Give me my
That
session.
honestly, Clerk, I didn't like. I've never used it before. It's so amazing.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of functionality, so you can use it directly and focusing more on your core features.
Right. Cool. Yes. How long is this loading for? Right. Cool. Okay, nice.
Did you commit the changes?
Doing it now. Functionality. There you go. That one, you just random empty spaces. If you want, you could just.
How do you
That's
do?
when I was trying to do the Zod, but we realized we're not gonna need it anyways.
Okay. So it's manual. Okay. We use it here, and then okay, cool. So I'm gonna merge these changes. You get it to my branch, so you can see if they're actually working. Let's just fetch all the new commits, refresh my page, project, and check. So for the stripe, cool. And then here, awesome, bro. Okay, amazing. So now let's just go and create our new page, which is gonna be in the main dashboard project ID, and then there's gonna be like an invoices. Okay. So in invoices, we will have a page that will be invoices page. So it's gonna be the same like in the transactions. So we would like to fetch the details. So I'm just gonna copy that. So in the invoices page, you can basically make an action that will get all our invoices. So support const get invoices by project ID. So that's gonna be a function that will get the invoices. So invoices, and then again all the invoices as a key, and then pass it the invoices as like data. So now let's just make tables, columns, and stuff like that. Okay, so let's just make a new type, which is gonna be our types. It's a TS file, not a TSX. So let's just make one type, which will be invoice. So there's gonna be an ID, user ID for sure, project ID.
Do you think we're gonna have to change the
Create
Stripe
that,
connection?
update it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's just make a type so we can do this one first.
Okay.
So we're gonna need some kind of name, like all the invoices have specific numbers, specific formats, something like this, let's say, or number. I'm not sure. We can keep it as a string because there will be dashes or something like that. And then we will just put a hashtag before that. So that's gonna be so there's gonna be amount, that's gonna be number of the invoice. There's gonna be status, which can be like an enum, export enum invoice statuses. So
I think
that
we might
can
have to.
be paid for sure, unpaid, and overdue, let's say, because
Uh-huh.
all of the invoices has a due date, so we will need to keep if they are overdue or no. So the status will be invoice statuses. So I said due date as well. I'm not sure if it's a required like due date. So I'm just gonna make it no or string because I'm not sure if every single invoice has a due date. So we're gonna just keep it at that. So what else? Name, amount, stuff. So we're gonna need a field that we can check if it's coming from Stripe to keep the linkage. So let's say this is gonna be Stripe invoice ID. Yeah, that's gonna be string or no because if it's manual, it's not gonna have a Stripe invoice ID. So what else invoices has? I believe.
Recipient, like where or
Oh,
from
customer. No,
or
from is you.
customer.
Yeah, customer or provider. I don't know.
Because if it's an expense,
Yeah, if it's an expense, we have to keep. For example, if on my other SaaS I have invoices from Google Cloud,
uh-huh.
so I have to know that's from Google. Um,
Not recipient,
or
sender, customer.
um, no, customer can be, let's say, provider, because we have to keep two fields actually. Provider, which is gonna be as an expense, and customer if it's an income.
Yeah, yeah,
So we're gonna have customer, which is gonna be a name or email, and it can be knowable because if it's an expense, you don't have. If it's if it's an expense, you don't have customers. And then currency as well.
yeah.
So
Uh,
currency, and then
they have customer email, but I don't think that would be useful.
uh, it will be useful because yeah, for now we don't need that. Mm,
Period start, period end.
Provider for sure. So that's gonna be
Yeah,
string or no as well. So what else we can keep? I think we can start with this one and see what's going on. So on
yeah.
the
I'm looking
actions,
at the API for it.
mhm.
It doesn't have that many unique IDs that we can include that we haven't mentioned already.
Which one?
I'm looking at the API from Stripe for
Yeah,
invoices.
there should be an ID for sure.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. Oh, file
yeah.
path. We will need a file path. Um,
I think they call it lines.
what is lines?
I think that's what it's called in the API.
The file path?
Yeah, or is
No,
that
it's
different?
invoice PDF. There is a in the Stripe invoice documentation. There is a invoice PDF. It's this one. Here is the URL of the PDF actually.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the customer. We can get the customer name, not the customer like this, or customer email, because, or customer name. Let's keep just now customer name as a customer. The ID for sure is here, so you can. The amount is here. The currency is here.
Currency.
Um,
At
and
the
we don't
bottom, you
need
have
anything
the
else.
period end and start. So I guess we could use that.
Yeah, as a due date and a created date.
Yeah,
There should be created date as well.
it's right there, no?
Created,
Yeah.
yeah, it's created. And period end, it's probably the due date. We're gonna check. No, there is a due date.
Ah,
Yeah, it's knowable,
distance,
so it's not required.
description,
Okay.
posted.
Okay, I believe that's the thing that we need for now. Let's just get started and then make it happen. So for the O invoices, I'm just gonna copy the transactions function. So we'll go into our database, we'll get the invoices, we'll select all of them by selected project ID, and we'll order them by created at, and we'll return the invoice. Yep. And then error fetching invoices. Okay, I believe we're good with the method. The invoice is here. So we can start doing that. So what we need right now is to edit the, I'm gonna make this table commented out because we have different columns, different tables. So let's just now console walk over the invoices here. It's gonna be empty. So if we open our project and click on the invoices, it's rebuilding. Yeah, so it's gonna throw an error because there is no table invoices in our database. Yeah, error fetching. So invoices does not exist. Okay. So let's just do something else right now, guys. So we have to make our transaction, migration, sorry. That's gonna be create new table, invoices, create invoices table. So here we can make our script for creating the invoice. So I'm just gonna copy the transactions and then we'll go over to that. So let's say we want to add a new table which will be invoices. So I'm gonna get our type so we can make all these fields as a created. So ID, that's gonna be a primary key, not knowable, and default like the UUID generator. Then user ID will be get from the Quark token. So project ID, we're gonna need a project ID, which is gonna be a UUID, not know, and you have a reference to the project. So this user ID will have as well reference to users, and then let's just see our comps. So reference is just like a foreign key where this key is mapped. So in users we have a user underscore ID, and in projects we have an ID which is UUID. So we have an ID, yep. So then we need a file path. So that's gonna be text, not knowable. Name as well. So amount is gonna be a decimal. Currency for sure. So status will be there. So customer can be knowable. Provider can be knowable. Due date can be knowable. We can keep that as timestamp as well. Created at will be timestamp, updated at, and then stripe invoice ID. So we can keep it like here. Okay. So then we're gonna need a trigger that's gonna update all of our invoice dates. So once there is an update request to the invoice, it's gonna automatically update this column so that you don't have to make it on your own. So that's gonna be on invoices. Then we have to enable the row security level. That's basically a very important stuff for super-based databases. So that gives you a way to, when you make a select request, for, let's say for invoices, that's gonna get your user ID from the token and we'll pass it as a where clause. So if we have a select or from invoices, that's gonna just put automatically a where clause that says user ID, and we'll get the user ID from the session. Let's say from Quark ID. So that means you can't get invoices for other users.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So we'll enable the row level security, and then we're gonna create our policy. So let's say for invoices, and this is gonna be the table for invoices. So what else do we need? There is a trigger of the fields which are references, and I believe that's it for now. We can just try this migration and run it so we can have a new table in our database. So if you push it, there is some error. Let's see, syntax error, comma. I missed a comma. Okay, let's just try again. Yep, so it's here. So let's just open our database. So there is a table which is invoice ID, user ID, which is, you see where is the relation. This is the project. File path is here, name, amount, text, status, customer, provider, Stripe invoice ID, due date, created date, and updated date. So that's going to be of our fields. So right now what we can do is actually we can start, we can go and refresh our page. So that's should show the invoices. Okay. So right now what we can do is make our table. So it's going to be a table. So we can make a folder, let's say data table. So we will need columns for sure. So we're gonna need filters. We will need row actions. You need a toolbar for that. So let's just change our folders. Data table. So let's just restart my TypeScript server. Okay, all this is here. So this is gonna be invoice table, invoices table, toolbar. I'll just pass it. So let's just open our first toolbar or columns. So I'm just gonna copy the transaction columns and just do the same here. So that's gonna be easier. So we're gonna have only a checkbox, and then you have the row. So let's just see. There is a function that we can check. Row is get is so selected, something like that, or table. So let's say table is all page rows are selected. That's gonna be checked. So on check functionality is gonna be table select. So let's see in our example Shatsian tables what was the function name. Here just open our src components. Let's just see. Yeah, there's a function that says this is going to be a boolean because it checks if it's selected or no. And then we can just have that one, select all, and then in the cell we can just copy that because it's a component like this, so we don't need anything special. Okay, so we need a a checkbox and see if it's checked or no, and then just toggle the selection. So then we're gonna need name as a first. Let's say name, that's gonna be name, the column will be name. So here we can just show as a cell like just the name, or we can see if there is a prefix or no. But so let's just make a div that shows the, or let's just remove this cell for now. So then we're gonna need how we can make our columns. Name, then what else? Um,
Uh,
amount.
yeah. Do you name amount and currency? Can we put it together?
Yeah, we can just use like from the transaction for now.
Yeah. Um, I would say we would want somewhere right after that to have the customer slash
Okay,
uh
yeah, you're right.
pro- and then we keep the created that stamps and the edited that stamps
So
all the way at the back again.
customer. So created that, updated, we need due date for sure. So let's just make like due date. So due date, that's gonna be due date, and this is gonna be due date. So let's just make this as a type of invoice. Invoices, and here it can be invoice. Okay, so the amount is gonna be amount. Oh, we forgot to add the type of if it's an expense or no. We can do that. Let's just comment this out for now. So source is gonna be menu or stripe, right? We forgot about this as well. Okay. So let's just make our table rows for now. So invoices, row actions. Okay. We can have that as columns, and we can make our row actions. Do you check if the stream is okay, if it's laggy or not?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, it's fine. And I'm just gonna post
Because
on
my
Twitter.
life is like on my phone. It's wait just a second.
No, it's fine, yeah. I'm looking at it.
Oh, okay,
It's not
60 people inside that. Whoa, that's the record for us
yeah,
guys.
that's the most we've ever had.
Oh, okay.
Oh, back to 5. But
Okay, so
um guys, feel free to ask any questions
mm,
about either the journey, what we're doing now. Because we're so locked in, like we even forget to look at the chat sometimes.
yeah,
Or how many people are watching. So yeah, if you have any questions, just reach out in the chat for us or interact with us on Twitter as well. Or
yeah. So now we can do something else. So we can show our row actions. That's gonna be so you can't edit the invoice for sure because once
yeah,
invoice has been made, it's
it's not
over.
happening.
The delete we can you can delete it as well because that's an invoice. Like, so we can make like buttons for export and import for now. So let's see, drop down menu content and then close the drop down. So we can remove this. So that's gonna be an invoice. I remove all the imports, the dialog, drop down menu item. So let's just copy some row actions. So let's say copy. Here just a copy icon. So let's just say that's gonna be the row.id. So here, okay, that can be our rows. Okay, so now it's gonna be invoices table row actions. So we can just export it and reuse it. And yep. And the last thing is filters. So we don't need filters for now. Toolbar. So let's just, or we need toolbar. So let's just make our toolbar, which is gonna be invoices table toolbar. So we can have a toolbar, delete, you can delete. But we can do something like exporting them. So filters are gonna be, so view options are here, and filters can be, what we can filter them. So for now,
I think the
yeah,
type
yeah.
is gonna be probably the most useful one, and then I think maybe down the line we could do a time frame.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll try to find a Shatsian component, see if they
Okay,
have something.
that's gonna be helpful. So invoices table toolbar props, invoices. Okay, so we don't need the plus icon in the use state. These are the rows. Okay. So I believe we can show our table right now, even though there is no data. Yep. So filters are not working because I'm just gonna exclude it from the toolbar just for now. So that's gonna be table val. So we can add a provider as well. We can add amount, and we can add what else?
Do you know what the customer?
But the Wi-Fi is lagging, bro. I'm seeing that on my phone. I just see what's going on. The drop frame is cool, but on my phone
Oh,
it's
it
lagging.
is. I can see it on the camera.
Yeah, let's just try something else. I'm gonna make it BRP, and we were gonna fix our wife. So stay here, stay tuned, guys. I believe now it should be good. So I had to check some settings on my Mac. So just to be smoother, let's just see if the Wi-Fi is going.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
So okay, awesome. So let's just check our uh, project fast. So let's see. Uh, that was our table for invoices. So now we need here the amount, but we forgot to add the if it's a manual or no. So that means um, we need something else. So for the amount, we need the transaction type if it's income or expense.
Mhm.
So our migration is this. So let's just add more types. So how we can make them um,
So you know how we have customer?
type? Yeah,
I don't think
we
that
have
will work if it's a expense.
that's what it's string or no.
No, I mean, so you have a expense or income, right? And
Mhm.
depending on that, you decide if it's going to be a customer or provider.
Yeah,
But in the table, it says customer,
we
like
can.
in the header. I think we should change that to like from.
from.
Because if it's customer, then we need to have a second field for provider, and we have two fields which are going to be half empty, half not.
How can you distinguish them if you like to filter only customers from something
Because
or
there
only
will be
provider?
we can do a second row saying transaction type. So we would have name, and
Uh-huh.
then from, and then transaction type, and
Uh-huh.
then we filter by transaction type if it's da 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 da. And then after that we can have like a source. Does that make
Mm-hmm.
sense?
Okay. So source is
Because if
gonna
we have
be source is like the same like provider. Like what's the difference?
ah,
Yeah,
you're a smart
provider is
guy.
like source. From where is coming this? No, the source is different. Source is gonna be manual, Stripe, or stuff like that. Um, so we can then remove the provider because we can use the source.
But so then we have to remove the customer field from the table.
I'm not sure about that. Let's just think more about that. So let's just make the type income or expense. So export in invoice type. That's gonna be income or expense. Okay. So then let's just think. Instead of provider, we can type source uh, and remove the provider column. So source is gonna be always here for us. It's gonna be string or enum. Invoice source. It can be Stripe or manual for now. Export enum. That's gonna be sources, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have the type, we have the status. So we have the type, source, status. So we need somehow to make them like customers or no, to show them to show their customers or no. Depends
It depends on the
on the
transaction type.
invoice type.
What is invoice type? Yeah, invoice type, not transaction type.
Mm.
Hmm.
You don't want to have a empty column or what?
Yeah, like it would be better not to have it because right now we're gonna make the table with a lot of columns,
Mhm.
and we should try to be as efficient as we can be with the space.
Um,
Because if you were to watch it or view it on a mobile, it could be tricky.
if you want, we can remove from now the customer, and in like later today we can try to think how we can do that. Okay?
Why don't we do customer slash
No,
uh
you can't keep two fields in a
uh
database for like one field for two different things. We can do that in the UI, but in the database it has to be two different for sure.
yeah, you're right. Um well, we can just figure out later today.
Yeah, we can remove it. So I'm gonna remove it from the transactions for now. So let's just update our table. So we
Mm-hmm.
need to add type and sources in invoices. New migration. So I'm just copy the type here, and we're gonna do that just for a reference. So we have an ID. ID is again here, then user ID, project ID, file path name, amount, currency. So currency, the last one. So we have to add the type. So author table. So we have to alter the table invoices and add column, which is gonna be type, and the type will be string, not no. Type is here, so status is here. Customer, let's just alter table invoices and drop column customer. Okay, so then source, alter table invoices and add column source, which is gonna be string, not no. Not string, text. There is no string format. So source is here, and we can drop the down. Down.
No worries, no worries.
So we have to have a delimiter. Okay. So let's just see our database. ID, user ID, project ID, status, type and source are here as well. Okay, cool. So now let's just fix our table. So in the columns, we're gonna have the amount. I'm gonna do the same. So type, and we can have invoice types. Invoice types. If it's income, it will show the arrow up right icon. If it's not, it's gonna show the arrow down left icon. Okay, it's gonna format this thing. So customer, we're gonna remove that for now. Create that at due date, updated that. So source is gonna be here. So if it's invoices, sources from Stripe, manual, no.
Do you mind just sharing the screen, because I can only see it through the
Okay, from the stream.
live. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we will have a keyboard icon for manual, and for everything else we're gonna have just the nothing. So instead of having only the icon, we can have icon and text as well, because just icon is. So let's just do something else. So source, let's say like this. So icon and text. So this is gonna be source. This is gonna be the icon, and the text will be Stripe. Source description. So icon no, and text empty. Okay. Here we can add our keyboard icon, and then the text is gonna be manual. Okay. So we can have a type that says icon can be React Node or no, and text is gonna be a string like this. So here source destination dot icon, and then source destination text. So we can do something like this. Okay, let's just see how to be showed. Okay, cool. So now we can make that as a component, as an icon, then render it. Let's just think more. This is gonna be function with props and just gonna render, or we can use it as before. Okay. So let's just see, we don't have any data. So right now we have to enter data. And toolbar is gonna be type and the source. So this is gonna be our filters. So this is gonna be invoice type options and invoice source options. So invoices like this and arrow icons. So how do you understand everything? So it's the same for like
Yeah.
transactions. There is no difference. Source and invoice type. This is gonna be the type and the source. Okay. So let's just see our filter for type is not okay. Yeah, because so like this. Type source. What's there? Right. Type does not exist. What was the name of our invoice? It's type. It's here. Let's just see invoice types options. That's gonna be invoices types dot income and expense. And this inside the toolbar is gonna be type. We're gonna pass that. Okay. Oh, there is no, yeah, I know that. So there is no comb with that type because we have to hide it as before. Yeah. So let's just see. Or we can do something different for that part. I'm gonna show you later. We can use different kind of filter for incomes and expenses, like in SaaS-building, if you know the box, something
Is it
like
the
this.
tab? Yeah.
Overview, yeah. So like a tab. This is actually really cool for dashboard. We can make something like this. Overview and recent invoices, and here like the calendar. So let's just see, that's a view for our invoices. So there are no results, and we can add as well just a loading, so it can load like a skeleton. as we did before. So let's just copy this skeleton. So that can be only a table loading with how many columns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So while our data is fetching from this server, that's gonna show a loader. You guys can see if I make my connection too slow, even it is slow today. And if we refresh, you're gonna see this skeleton for a bit until the data is loaded, and then our table will be shown. Maybe it's too fast because we don't have any elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can check that when we have more like elements. Oh, it's here, yeah. So the table, you guys can see the skeleton. Okay. Wow, is the wife good?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now guys, what we can do is we can fetch all the invoices from Stripe while make a project and then show them here. Yeah. So while if you want, you can get a like 5-10 minute break. What do you think?
Yeah.
Just to make a
Yeah.
new coffee, and then we can return and implement the import from Stripe.
That sounds amazing to me.
Okay. See you guys
Alright.
after
Yeah.
at 12, 15, let's say 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're back. Just made a coffee, an Italian espresso, so it can transform our coffee beans into code.
Hmm.
So guys, right now what we can do, you know that we get the Stripe charges on creating a project, so we can get all the invoices when we create a project. But first we can make some different we can make just a method here to download them to see how they are structured and then to make it like when you create a project, because it's gonna be easier for debugging. So I'm gonna make a method get Stripe invoices. So here we have a connect. Let's just see how it works. In the API we have webhook, Stripe, and then connect, and then we had charges based on Stripe user ID. So instead of charges, we can get just something like this. So we can make a function that will get our Stripe invoices. So let's say that's our client. So then we're gonna have invoices that will get all of our invoices. I'm gonna remove these filters for now. So then we're gonna have the Stripe user ID. So I will get my Stripe account user ID from here. So I'm just gonna copy that so you can use it as this. I will put a breakpoint here and we will make this request here. So Stripe invoices. It's gonna be just like this, and I'm gonna console it work. So I'm gonna make my app debugger. So if I put a breakpoint here, and we're gonna see if that's gonna work. So if I refresh my page, I had to save my project first. My changes. So let's see if I refresh again. Okay, so here on the invoices we have, oh, I don't have any invoices. Okay, let's just create some invoices. Stripe. So if I logged in my account, this is not my account, so I'm just gonna log in to my account. This is Val's account. And I use my authentication key. Oh, it doesn't require a key for my authenticator app. So let's see. So if I click on invoices and create a test invoice, so let's see, my customer will be val mailinator.com. So the name will be val. So currency is gonna be dollars, and item is gonna be shoes. So that's our shoes. Okay. So due in 30 days, in 1 month. So email invoice to customer. We don't need this one right now. So that's gonna be the invoice. So if I create that invoice and confirm it, so that's our invoice. So I'm gonna make it paid because, or I can pay for that. So let's just make a payment. Okay, so if I pay that invoice, everything is okay. So here it should be paid. So if I open my invoices, I will see that I have one invoice with this number, and then, oh, we can make it our field like not name but number, like invoice number. So it's created at due, and then these formats are really great. We can use them when it's created. It's cool. And here, these are cool. Draft, open, overdue, paid. Can get this as an example. So let's see. So if I now refresh my page again, I should be able to see my invoice. Yep, so it's here. So the data has, so account, country, account name, okay. So amount is here. So the difference between amount due and amount paid is that when you create an invoice, that's the amount due. And when a user paid that, it's amount paid. So val we can just keep track on this amount due because we have only one field amount. That's gonna be here if we create an invoice, and that's gonna be here if the invoice is paid. Then we can get the currency when it's created. Oh, yeah, okay. Customer is here, so we can keep our customer email if you want. But let's just for now no. So due date is here as well. I just want to see the PDF if it's here or no. Pay. Do you see somewhere? Invoice PDF is here. Okay, so I have a better idea. Instead of making it in the database, let's just return the from here, and we can just render that. So we can map it to our type, and this can be like a type. So let's say invoices. That's gonna be res. So res.data. Let's just make it like this. So we have stripe in here. This can be array from our type, and here we can have all this stuff. So ID, let's just copy that object. So ID will be invoice.id, user ID will be my ID, I'm gonna get it. So project ID, so let's just copy that for now. So user ID is this one. This is my user ID. The project ID is this one. So file path will be invoice.invoice PDF. Name is gonna be invoice.number. Amount is gonna be invoice.amount due. Currency is gonna be invoice.currency. Type is gonna be income because it's from Stripe. Source is gonna be Stripe. Status is gonna be invoice. We have to map their status to our own statuses because we have only 3 statuses, and I know that Stripe has tons of statuses, so we have to map it. But for now, let's just put it here because see, these are there. It's 5, so we can map that to. So if it's paid, we can show. So if it's paid, we can show our invoice statuses, like make it paid, and otherwise we can make it unpaid just for now. Invoice status unpaid. So due date is gonna be invoice.due date, but this is actually Unix. It's number. Okay. Created at it's invoice.created. Updated at is gonna be no, and Stripe invoice ID is gonna be this ID as well. So what else? ID has to be. Let's just create a random ID string for now. And what else? File path. Let's say it's gonna be always PDF, and name is always be here. What else? Due date is not in our format, so let's just make it now. That's gonna be the nextjs. If there is a due date, then show this one. If there is no, it's gonna be no. And created is always here, so let's just do that. And then, okay, let's see, Stripe invoice ID. String or undefined. I don't see a problem with that. Oh, it's string or no, okay. Okay, so let's just get all of this data and just use this one here. Stripe invoices. I'm gonna console that log. Okay. And we'll show them. Okay, well, we should have now one invoice here if I run my project as well. And if I refresh, we're gonna have one invoice, which is not in database, but I just render it. Yes, it's here. So name, this can be number, not name. We have the amount. Created date is not correct, and due date is not correct. It's not correct because I know why. Because I have to pass just the type.
It's not correct because I know why.
Because I formatted it without hours and minutes. Yes. Here it is. Okay, so updated date, there is no updated date. Um, I'm not sure if we have to show the updated date because I don't know. So here we can have the button for download the PDF. So let's make one more. So we have to render the status here for sure because right now I can see if it's a paid or not paid. What do you think? Like a batch from Shotzi, and we can use the batch component. It's really great. I like
Show
it.
me.
This one, no, let's just see with an icon. You can put an icon here, and we can make it paid with green. Unpaid can be something like
Yeah, yeah.
this, and overproduced can be like this one.
Okay,
What?
I'm gonna grab the icons for it.
Okay, awesome.
I can do it so you
That
don't
will be
waste time.
helpful. Okay. So we can have two buttons here. Show the PDF, like, and download the PDF. Um, so we can add multiple. So I'm gonna add right now about this one. Uh, show show file, show PDF, or show invoice. And here it can be invoice or document. Can you find me a good icon for show or I? Probably. I
Yeah.
don't know. You can find something great. And here on click we can just open the URL
Yeah, it's called
row.original.file
I.
path, and then target can be uh, blank, no blank. How can I open, let's see, window open. I just wanted to open it in different tab. Target was, yeah, blank with dash, with underscore, like this. So if you click on that, it should open the PDF. Oh, it downloads it even though. Okay, that's because from Stripe. It's coming from Stripe. Okay, so we have show invoice, and we can have one more as well. It's gonna be a drop down separator, and then download invoice, and there is a download icon. Show download. Okay, awesome. So now, wow, what we can do is showing the statuses here. Did you find
Let
good
me see.
icons for that?
Yeah, I got the icons. Do you want me to just tell you them, and then you just put them in the badges?
Yeah,
Do
that's
you have
okay.
the badge?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I have the I one
mhm.
is literally EYE, and then these ones I'm just gonna send them to you. Uh, so
So if the status is paid, it can be what else?
yeah,
It can
I
be
sent it to you on
unpaid.
Meets.
It can be overdue. So what did you say? You send me
I
meets.
sent you the on Meets is the paid one, and here is the unpaid one.
Banknote arrow up. Okay, banknote arrow up. This one. Okay, cool. It's cool. This is
Let's
the
see.
banknote X. Okay. Banknote X. Okay. And for overdue.
I just it's called EYE.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
for overdue.
Oh, overdue. I thought you said
Mm-hmm.
overview.
No, overdue.
Um, I'll grab one now. One sec. Timer off.
Timer off. Okay. So now we can do here. We can render the patch, and here we can
Or
just
maybe change it to clock alert.
okay. Let's just see how we can use that variant, and then okay. So we can type. Let's just see. Um, we can add variant as well. Status options. This can be variant. So batch variant. This can be string. So variant can be outline and outline for this one. And here it can be destructive. Okay, let's just see this one and variant. Oh, imported batch icon and batch component. So this can be status options dot variant default icon and text. So variant can be like this. Variant, okay. Or we can do something else. Let's just do a way better thingy. So if the status is equal to invoice status is paid, return the batch like a normal batch. And here we can just show the banknote arrow up, and then the text will be paid. So we can do if the status is unpaid, and just copy that and make it with the banknote X. let's say unpaid, and this can be a destructive parent. Destructive if it's overdue. Says overdue. And the icon, what else? Quok. Why did you say quok icon?
I'll tell you which one it was. I think it's clock alert. Let me just check.
Yeah, it's probably this one.
Yeah, clock alert.
Okay, so let's see now. So paid one, we can make it different color. Is there a way? Probably yes. If you are a class name, text green, yeah. Let's see. Oh, if it's bigger, like a background. Yep.
There you go.
Then if it's unpaid, let's just test it out.
They use destructive, so
No, it's unpaid. That means it's still not
oh
overdue.
sorry.
Yeah. How can we show that? As a
Orange,
secondary?
yellow. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So variant can be secondary, like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we can just copy that here. And the last one is destructive, so you can see how it's gonna be overdue. Like this. It's cool, I believe. Okay. Awesome. We're ready with that part. So what else can we add? Status, amount, name. It can this we can make it number, not name. Um,
Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Let me have a look.
let's make our dates like in Stripe. Created and due, because it's really great. So let's see what is this type, because I'm not completely sure. What type format is this? JS. Okay. So in columns we have created and due. It can be the format, it can be like this, and for due it's only day, month. Okay. Okay.
Oh, we can do attachment.
We have it here in the actions show invoice.
Oh, and then download invoice. Okay.
Yeah, 2 buttons.
But don't you think it would be better to do as a badge as well?
With a tooltip.
No, so okay, you know how there's 3 dots?
Mm-hmm.
Click on it. You know the download invoice, you know how we have that icon?
Uh-huh.
We make that a clickable icon next to the name.
Oh, here.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
yeah.
And show
Oh
with
yeah, sure.
tooltips. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So we don't need this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I like that because this sections is, I don't know, strange. So inside our columns, we can show the name. That can be like getting the row, and then we can return a div with this row dot get value. Yeah. And how can we get the current original dot name? And then, yeah, got it. So here we can have a span like this. This can be flex with cap2 and item center. So we can have a button for icon button, right? From ShotCM,
Mm-hmm.
like this, or we can
Yeah.
have it at least with a tooltip so they can see what they can do, like this. So we can have a tooltip like this. So the trigger can be button, just an icon button. Let's see, the button icon can be like this, size icon. Okay, and tell me the button for that, or the icon for that.
What for the download?
Mm-hmm.
Let me grab one here.
And one more for,
Download.
yeah, so download and view.
And it is I.
For what? For view.
For view is I, for download is download.
Okay. Okay, and what kind of text we can add as a tooltip? Preview your invoice
Mm-hmm.
and
And then download
download.
users.
Okay,
Nice.
let's see.
Ooh. I think they might be a bit too big.
But that's the size of icon. Let's make it small. It's the same. Let's see.
Maybe if we take them out of regular button element.
You have to have a button because when you click it, it should do something. We can just make our, let's see. So icon, we can make the icon smaller. So size can be, let's try with this one. Here it can be icon. I just see. So the icon is not changed for some reason.
Look, to to be fair, we can put that footer at the back if they're gonna be like this.
No, like, why it's not...
Oh,
It doesn't apply the...
can we not make it as a badge? Or the badge won't be
No, no.
clickable?
Yep, it has to be button.
Mhm.
Why it doesn't apply my styles? Oh, okay. So let's just apply it here. See,
Ah,
too small. Something probably 8. Is it good now?
make it 7.
7.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, boss. Download and preview. Oh, this is good. We can make. Yeah, that's great.
It's a little bit of a neat
So
one.
here is something probably.
Hidden.
No, nothing. Okay, we can check that. So what else we can add?
I think that's it.
No. We cannot. Let's see. Customer do. We can make the amount. We have the amount. Yeah. Paid. Created to source. We can add the source here. Um,
Oh, maybe we can add a tag button
Tag. What do you mean tag?
and then we allow the user to add tags to their emails.
What do
That's
you
gonna
mean?
be useless. No, because if like there's specific emails they want to highlight that they will find easier. Do you know what? I think these are fine. Now we should just do the filters.
Yeah. Filters. This is working as a stripe and manual. But this icon is something happens with this source. Let's just see what. We can do it like this. I like more that way. So we can add this source. So if the source is stripe, invoice stripe. So we can still have a batch. Let's just try with batch, and the other one you can just make it as a stripe icon, stripe, and then manual. It's gonna be keyboard icon, and then manual. So let's see. Nah, probably not in a batch. What do you think? A text only or batch?
I don't know if it's because of the background, but I kind of like it.
Like this.
If it's gonna be text and a badge, we might have to make it a bit bigger. Uh,
Can we change
no,
that?
I think it's fine.
because it's the same, like where it's the same like this paid, just core. Okay. So we can add a type for sources as well. What do you think?
Type for sources.
So we can
Yes.
delete the raw actions because we don't need that. And in the futures, we can add sources. Yeah, we have it. So let's just add that here. Source and then, but we have it. Like, I mean status. Sorry. Source and then status. So this is gonna be the status, and here in filters we can add status option. So invoice statuses. This can be paid. So we can use the same icons. Did you remember them? Paid was banknote arrow up. So then we can have unpaid, which was something else, and then overdue, which was overdue. So banknote
Overdue is
X and
clock
clock
alert.
award.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now we have to add that as well in our toolbar. Here, let's see, source and status. Probably we can add different icons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh.
But what kind of icons we can add?
I will find something for you, sir. No worries.
Yeah.
So one of them is for sources, and the other one is
Status.
status.
Name, amount, status, create due source. Okay. We can make the status and source like if you want, if you find them. I'm just changed our code. So
Yeah.
here you can type an icon as well. So if there is past icon, that's gonna be react.jsx, jsx.element or React node. So if there is an icon, we can render that icon or use the funnel. Okay. So if you pass an icon, so this can be a component. So if there is an icon, What is my TS type for icon? Okay, let's see what's our component type. Oh. Okay. Okay, so now I'm ready to add. So I just add a prop. If we pass an icon, it's gonna render the icon. If not, it's gonna use this one.
Right, let me have a look at the screen. Because
So that's the normal icon if we don't pass anything. But if we pass a specific property like icon, it's gonna change that.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So what can I add for source? Let's see, source icon. Let's just ask our friend. What
I think one of them is
icon?
blend. You could use blend, funnel plus, and list filter plus. They're the most. There may be
For
sliders for.
source, link or share inbox. For status, what did you say?
Um. Okay. So blend.
For what?
For source.
Okay.
Well, actually, for the other one, for status maybe,
For resource.
and then funnel plus. We
Okay.
could use
Let's see.
source. If not, sliders horizontal
Oh,
is
it's
also
cool.
nice.
Source is cool. Status, I'm not sure.
Try sliders horizontal for status.
What? What?
Sliders horizontal with a Z.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's better. We can change the position because status is before source in our table.
Yeah, flick them around. Oh.
Oh, that started to look great. Okay, so we're ready with that part. So our next thing is we have to make it get from Stripe when you create a project, and also with a webhook. So if you create a new invoice, to automatically get it from Stripe. Okay, if you like, we can get a lunch break. What do you think? Because it's one
Yeah,
5,
yeah.
and then make it better.
I'm gonna do sub objectives here. So you said get invoice once created on a new project, and the other one is render
Sync
or sync
invoices.
invoices.
Then we can make the preview and the download.
What do you mean by sync invoices?
When I go now in Stripe and create a new one, to
Is
automatically
a new
import it
invoice.
here. Okay.
And then what did you say?
And preview and download.
Okay. Preview invoice. Now let's let's see. Okay, cool. Right, and then after that, hold on a minute, something ain't right. After that, we have three more things to do. Import PDF, export all using zip is the last one.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, cool.
Cool. Okay.
Right, lunch break, we're back 35,
45?
45.
Because I have to cook. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, guys. So see you after 40 minutes. And we will continue with the Stripe synchronization.
Perfect.
I'm gonna change the lunch break to 11. Which one? Okay guys, we're back. My microphone was muted. So I believe now everything is okay. And we can start hustling. So, what we've covered is actually what we've made actually was this invoice page. So right now we have to do this data to comes from the database and not just directly from Stripe, because we have to make as well the import of manual invoice. So now I just want to propose you to make this not a name but a number, because invoices have only names, so we have to change the type to be number, and then we can make a migration to rename the column. So
I'm happy with that.
rename invoice name column. So that's just gonna be, I believe, author table invoices, and then rename column name to number. So make it in brackets because this is a special keyword. So let's see if that's gonna work or not. Name to number. Okay. So let's just see in our database. It has to be number. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we can change our type from name to be number. So we can change our columns as well. Oops. Number, and we can change the number here, the column as well. So now I believe that we cannot here like a hashtag, because that's most of the places where, or no, what do you think?
Hashtag where?
So just to change the types. So in invoice here where we map that number. So we just like this or no? Oh, probably no. So this can be invoice number.
Or we can just call it invoice.
Only the invoice. Only
I mean, it doesn't
invoice.
really matter, to be fair.
Just to have
I
more
think both are fine.
stuff. So let's see, amount is okay. So number is here, amount, status, created, due, and source. So right now I can right now we can go and fix all this stuff. So what we can do is we can open our webhook, open our API, and our connect. So basically, instead of get charges, we can get invoices. So here's gonna be all invoices, because that's gonna be a Stripe user ID. So starting after. So basically, if someone of you wasn't here previous days, So this is just a way you can fetch all the invoices from the Stripe API starting from 2025. Do you think that we can import before 2025?
Yeah, why not?
So let's see, how can we get the Stripe invoices from the first one? Like, so if we want to list all the invoices, so let's see, created. So here we can add created greater than. Or is there a way we can order them starting after? No. Collection methods. So I don't know, starting from 2020, or I don't know. There is no way to start from the first one because, or starting from, I know how. So you know that UTC has a starting date. It's 1st of January 1970.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just
Yeah.
use that. But how we can, so start of years, what is years? Let's just check how we can do that. So if we open how to get the first UTC Unix date.js. Oh, date.js 0. Cool. Okay, so date.js dot 0 and then just Unix format. Okay. So here we will get with a recursion because the Stripe has a limit. That is where to see the limit. So the limit is probably 10 by default, yeah. So maximum is 100, so we can get 100 here. And then we can return all the invoices and code is recursion as well. Okay, so right now it has to return the Stripe invoice. Invoices. Okay. Okay. So then here on the map Stripe invoices to in our type, so we can just map it. So Stripe invoices. Oh, it's existing. Oh, we have to keep track. Wait a second. So existing invoices. So let's see if there was an existing invoices before that. So this is a Stripe invoice ID. So we can do it like this. Existing invoice can be like this, Stripe invoice ID. And then instead of charge, we can have an invoice. So that's gonna be invoices. So Stripe invoices. We would like to return the normal invoices. So let's see, that can be a Stripe invoice. So if in our database there is the same Stripe invoice, we would like to skip that part. So let's see Stripe invoices. Here we can add just a Stripe invoice in the map. So what we have here is user ID, project ID, and then I will just open my so here it will return invoice array. So let's just see. If you want to make this invoice array, we have to map, you have to get all the types. So now what we can do, val, okay, so user ID, so file path will be stripe invoice.pdf, but we can replace that with our own file storage. So right now what we're gonna do after we finish this setup, we have to think more about file storage and how we can use the Supabase file storage, so we can put all our invoices files there. So if someone wants to like have it in a cloud, so we can keep that there. Okay, so we have the number, which is gonna be stripe invoice dot
So you're saying we
number.
can't just pull it from the Stripe
We can,
database?
but if you add manual, where do you keep that one?
So you're saying it's probably better to keep all of them in one place rather than pulling some from Stripe and others keeping local, or not local but on cloud.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if you have to do export all, it's gonna be hard to handle all these scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some research.
Yeah, you can do research about. I'm gonna explain you how it works. You don't need to make a research. I'm familiar with that.
Oh, even better then.
Okay,
Thank you.
so number amount. So on amount, we can just get the Stripe invoice amount due like this. So then currency. So type is gonna be invoice types dot income. Source is gonna be Stripe. So invoice source dot Stripe status. So we have to map the status here. So let's make a function get 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 status, get invoice status. Okay. So here we can pass a Stripe invoice, which is gonna be Stripe invoice. So we have to make a switch case scenario. So let's just say switch Stripe invoice dot status. So if the status is, let's say, draft, oh, so we want to filter the draft because we don't need an invoice that is not finished. Because draft is like you can create it but not finalize it and not send it to the customer. So we want to skip that. So here in the filter we can we can we can make our filtering. So if it's not an existing, and if Stripe invoice dot status is different from draft. Okay, so we want to filter that. So now let's just say if this is what else? Open or void. Void is actually like, we can map it to unpaid. So we can have invoice statuses dot unpaid, and then we can make a case which is gonna be so paid, and then make it invoice statuses dot paid. Overdue is gonna be not so easy, so we have to compare to the current date, if it's greater, if it's not. So paid, so open and void. So I have a better idea. So if it's open, we have to check if it's unpaid, if it's overdue or paid, overdue or unpaid. If it's void, that means it's cancelled. So then it's gonna be unpaid. Paid is like paid, and default is gonna be what? Unpaid. Let's say if there's something new from Stripe, we have to handle that as well. So we can make this here, even though we can make it like this. So paid, it's gonna mark as paid. Then here, what we can do is we can get the, which is here. So let's say Stripe. So const is overdue. So we have to compare two dates. So dayjs dot stripe dot invoice dot due date. So this is a number. So probably that number is a unique Unix value. So we have to pass it here as in the Unix function. Due date can be no. Okay, so if there is no due date, so Stripe invoice dot due date, if there is due date or no, it's false. So is overdue is gonna be invoice statuses overdue. So I'm gonna explain, just give me some seconds to finish that. And unpaid. So if this is after now, so this is again plugin. So I'm gonna explain you everything just in a minute. Is after. Let's see of the Day.js plugins. So Day.js after plugin is same or after. Okay. Is same or after. Is same or after plugin. Okay. Okay, so there is a function that you can use is same or is after. Oh, it even doesn't require a plugin. Awesome. So now I'm gonna just explain you this. So what we do right now we have to map the Stripe invoice status to our status. So Stripe invoice statuses are different. So they are draft, open, paid, uncollectible, and void. So draft is like something like it's a draft, so we don't need to care about that.
Yeah.
And if it's draft, we have to return what we have to return. We don't get it here because we filtered here. So no draft function
Okay.
will come
Yeah.
in our filter in our method. So
Okay.
then the next one is open. So if it's open, that means it's not paid. And
Okay.
we have to check if the due date is past or no, so we can show overdue or unpaid. Because if it's not paid, that means there are two situations: the customer not paid about that, or the customer or the invoice like is overdue. So
Okay.
we have to check if the Stripe invoice has a due date. We have to check
Yeah.
if that due date is after today. So
Okay.
So I'm gonna explain you something else. So uniques, you know that this is this number in milliseconds, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means that the current
Yeah.
value in UTC. So we pass it here, like on this
Yeah.
function, because that's the Stripe
Uh-huh.
date. And then we have to
Uh-huh.
change if this overdue date is if the due date is after is the current date. So here we can get the dayjs.utc. We want to get the UTC date, and then to convert it to Unix, because that's even though that we don't need to convert it to Unix, uh, they can handle that. So we have to get the current UTC date and to compare with the due date. So if that is true or false, it's gonna return this one. So if there is no due date, that means it's just not paid. So I return false. And
Wait,
here at
hold
the end,
on.
yeah.
You know, in the one above, you're
Mhm,
comparing the due date
mhm,
against
mhm.
what are you comparing it against? Today's date.
Today's date in UTC format. So if due date
Overdue.
is like,
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah,
let's say it's 5th of May
yeah.
and current date is 4th of May in
It's
UTC,
not gonna show overdue. Okay.
it is gonna be false. So
Yeah.
so that means if it's overdue is false, it's gonna be unpaid.
Okay.
But if invoice is 3rd of May
You compare
and
them with the
today's
4th of
4th,
May.
that's gonna be true. So if it's
Uh-huh.
overdue, we will map it to our invoice status overdue.
Okay.
And but if there is no due date, that means it's not overdue for sure, because there is no due
Mm-hmm.
date. Yeah. Okay. So then we map it. Paid is paid, and all of the other like statuses are just
Okay.
as
Yeah.
unpaid because they have a lot uncollectible, void. We don't need this one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so here we can map using our mappings. So source then status. We have to keep the status. So we're gonna call this
Okay.
function.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna be um,
It's gonna show.
let's see. It's gonna be stripe invoice. Come on, status. Oh no, stripe invoice. Just the stripe invoice. So then we would like to have, but this is a server function. So and we have to make it like async. And here we can do unawait because it's a map. So I will extract this function to other file. I will put it in invoices and we'll make a helper file for that. And we'll export it here. Okay. So project invoices slash types. Okay, so then in the actions, we'll just call this function. Okay, so then due date, we have to map the due date. That's gonna be how we can map. Wait a second, because Supabase have a specific type. Let's just ask our friend. So if my Supabase date type is timestamp z, how to convert a unique timestamp number to that type? Because Stripe type is just a number, and ours is like this one. So let's see. Oh, they want it in an ISO format. Okay, cool. So ISO format is just like this. I'm gonna explain it to you. So it's a specific format for dates where it just shows the year, month, day, then T as a time zone, time, sorry, and then the time, seconds, not hours, minutes and seconds, and then Z is like the UTC time zone.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you pass this to Day.js or other functions for handling dates, they know that this date is in UTC format.
Oh.
And it's readable, like a good readable way in databases or stuff like that. So we can do, if there is a due date, we can want to get it from Unix because that's the format from Stripe. Due date, and then convert it to ISO string. And then if it's no, it's gonna be no. So created at will be the same, but just with created. There is always created value, so I'm just gonna use it. Updated at is gonna be no, because it's not updated. And then Stripe invoice ID is gonna be Stripe invoice.id. Okay. So that's gonna be created at. Oh, but that's created at in our database. Do we need to? Yeah, we can keep it that. Okay, so let's see. ID can missing. How an invoice can not have an ID?
How an invoice can't have an ID?
This property, let's see the description. This property is always present unless the invoice is an upcoming invoice. Oh, okay. It's not finalized, then it means it's draft. So we don't care about that status.
Okay.
Because Stripe can have a preparation for invoices that are, like for example, recurring. They have created before the payment. And what else is not okay here? ID is missing. Okay, let's see. So we don't have an ID. So let's just think more about that. So how was it before? Let's just see. So here it was, there was no ID here as well. Okay, that can be another type. Map Stripe invoices to map Stripe invoices. And that can give us a export type create invoice type. So that will be, like with a meet you can exclude a specific. So we pass the number. So in create we don't need an ID and we don't need an updated type because it's just created. So updated at. So that's gonna be on creating. Yeah. So let's just pass it to that function here. Okay. So let's see. Updated, we don't need that one. What's the problem? Property number. So they say that a unique identifier string that appears on email sent to the customer. This starts with the customer unique invoice. Why it can be no? We need this one for sure. We can generate a random string, random GUID.
But if we generate it, is it not gonna?
It's not gonna fit with the, but
Yeah.
but that's not a possible situation because there's always gonna be number. Maybe that's like a draft when there is a null number or something like that. Because it says a unique identifier string that appears on email sent. Like we can just create a random. Let's just see how we can create a random UUID. Random GUID JS. Or random or ID JS. Generate ID with JS. Yeah, that's the function. It's gonna give us a random ID. So we can or we can make it like more understandable. We can use the current date in UTC, but just in a string, like in a uniques. So it's gonna be with this number and make it to string. So that's the time in seconds. So if there are multiple invoices, we have to keep in milliseconds. Yeah. So how we can do like milliseconds? I believe it was something get value. Get where seconds. So TJS get uniques millisecond in milliseconds. So value of yeah. We can get the UTC and get the value of to get a unique timestamp in milliseconds. So the chance of okay, so what else is not okay? File path is incompatible. Okay, so if there is no file, we can do anything. Like so then we can do our file types just like I don't know. Or we can what we can do if there is no file. Oh, see, the link to download the file is gonna be false until it's not finalized. So we have this check already. So everything is great now. Okay, so let's just see. So now we don't need this one, this one, this one. So in the route, what we have to do is we can still keep this, but instead of getting the charges, let's just get the current invoices res invoices res. So we're gonna get the invoices with this stripe invoice ID. So okay, invoices. So we're gonna have the invoices. So let's say get invoices. Okay, from Stripe. So that's gonna be the token client, and we have to map in Stripe invoices. So the existing one's gonna be like this. Existing invoices. The invoices will be passed the user ID and the project ID. Stripe invoice. Okay. It's gonna be Stripe invoices. And this is just gonna be invoices. So we can insert them. So Supabase from transactions or from invoices. That's gonna be invoices error inserting invoices. Okay, error while inserting invoices, and then just the redirect. Okay, so do you want me to explain something? Because this is the same as charges, just with invoices. We get them, we compare them if there is an existing one, otherwise we create of the invoices.
No, I
Cool.
think it's
Okay.
just same as before.
Okay. So now what we can do is we can test this one. So let's just stop this file. Do what we can do. We can remove this for now because we don't need it anymore. Okay, cool. In the helper, we have to import JS just, and also the UTC plugin. Because we use it like this. And give me a second so I can import the UTC plugin, because we use, I don't know why they didn't include that as a default, because that's the most used plugin. Problem. Okay, let's just see what's the plugin. Yeah. Okay. And in the page we don't need this method. We're just gonna get invoices. Okay. So let's just give a try to this one. So right now I'm gonna do something that you don't like it. You didn't like it. Or you wouldn't like it, not you didn't. So I'm gonna drop off my transactions.
Oh,
I'm gonna drop my Stripe connection. And I'm gonna drop my project. Do you use this project?
no, delete them.
Because the name is awesome, brother.
Mm.
Okay,
Thank you.
everything is filled, this is deleted, so let's just give a try. So I'm gonna open my route. So here, before we get the invoices. Okay, so right now what we have to do is to go to onboarding route, and we can create our demo project again. And now we can connect my Stripe icon, Stripe account. So let's just open Stripe. So I would like to use this SaaS demo sandbox project. So when I connected it, oh,
Oh,
I,
oh,
my ngrok is stopped. So do you know what's going on now? Every single time when you run this command, the URL is different.
I think that's why it wasn't letting me build a
A project.
project.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
have a next build base URL and it's mine.
I was
That's
like,
why.
I swear my EMV file is not correct.
Oh, you can put a localhost 3000 here, it's gonna work. This is only used for all of the
Yeah.
webhooks and stuff like that. So now we have to do the
Oh, I
so
was too
now
scared to touch the EMV file last night.
it's local, not nothing can happen. You don't
I
change the
know,
production
but
EMV files. So let's just log in. Um, so it's 188,992. Yeah.
honestly,
So
this cough
here,
is hitting me so hard.
that's cool.
I I could feel it in my head.
Um, oops, not here. You have to click on connect. So that's the connect functionality. So where did we have where where so on webhooks? It's our sandbox. Come on. On webhooks we have a webhook, so yeah, edit destination. So I'm just gonna change the URL, and we can make the endpoint invoices here, and yeah, we can do something else. So right now in Stripe Connect, so we have to open our onboarding page, and here when you click on Get Stripe Login URL, we have to put our Stripe Connect. Okay, so everything now should be okay. If I open the project again, and logging in, again I have to log in. Uh, wow, I'm gonna see the password that you sent me. My phone. Okay, so I'm logged in. So now I just wanna go to onboarding route, and from here I would like to connect my Stripe again. So demo project. Oh, I already have a demo project, probably, because the
Yeah.
Stripe connection failed. We can probably think of if the Stripe connection failed to remove the project.
Wait, say
because
that again?
write it in our to-do list. If the Stripe connection failed, to delete the project from the database.
If Stripe connection failed, delete.
Okay, so now if I create my demo project and connect my Stripe account, let's see, invalid request API, webhook Stripe connect. API, webhooks, Stripe connect. Did I save my changes? Okay, again. Probably I did something wrong in the URLs. Come on. Okay. So 952.335. So I am in the dashboard. My internet started to cut in again. I'm gonna change
The settings.
my internet connection, but I'm not sure if we stop
Nah, it won't
the
stop the stream. Plus, we can resume it, no?
let's just see. Now it's okay. Okay, so let's open the connect. Come on. No, it's not. I'm gonna change my internet connection really fast. And open the connect. Our stream is even.
Hmm?
Wait to check something. Even on my phone, it's not good. Connect, and here has to be like a URL. Connect, and here has to be like a URL. Um, Stripe dashboard, customize. Do you remember where it was this setting?
To do what?
We have to pass our URL of the application, but I don't remember where it was.
Uh,
Oh, it's here. Oh,
no.
yeah. So I have to check. I have to remove that one and add our API, webhooks, Stripe, connect. Okay, I just now test it again. So we can do onboarding. So demo, and if I connect my Stripe account again, we're gonna see, yep. So connect, and now my URL should be hidden. Oh, it's here. So if we get the code, the project, the token again, it's here. So Superbase. So let's just get all the projects. Yep. So user ID is here. So now we insert a connection to our Stripe. We'll get the current invoices. So there are no current invoices. Yep. So we will get the Stripe invoices. We will have only one. Yep. So here, so then it's gonna map that invoice to a specific format. So see the created at, it's from this morning. It's currency USD. There is a due date after 1 month. The file path is here. Number is here. Project ID, source, status, Stripe invoice ID, the income, and the user ID. Okay. So I'm gonna save all the settings and gonna open the project. So that should me redirect to the dashboard. And if I open the invoices page, that invoice should be there. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so the connection is, so Stripe is ready. So right now what we can do is can remove this console walk and run it like normally. So okay, wow. So let's see just something. So Stripe connections is the same, and in invoices, all the things are here. Yep. Okay. Okay, cool. So if you click on preview, that's gonna open. That's not gonna do anything because it's not connected. So right now we have to make our webhook. So if there is a new invoice to be automatically inserted in our database, because we have that with the we have that with the charges, we have to do the same for invoices, and that will be the connection.
Quick question. You know, after the functionality we just implemented, if we create a project and we connect a Stripe account with already existing invoices, is done. Like they'll appear straight away.
No,
Previous date. Huh?
see, we have our logic that get the existing
ones. Okay,
the
because
existing
I'm
ones.
ticking them off as we're making them.
Yeah, we see
Okay,
we
so
get the all of the current invoices that are existing in the database, and we pass it to map, and here in our map function, let's see what's going on. We filter only the invoices that are not draft and are not existing already. Yeah, so if it's existing, it's gonna Skip it.
It's gonna show.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. And then sync invoices with a new voice received. Okay, we're doing this now.
Yeah, we're gonna do that now. Do you want to make a break?
It's up to you. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, let's go. I
Yeah.
don't mind.
Yeah. Just
And then preview this.
to refresh my mind, because that's with the webhook's gonna be. It's not gonna be so easy.
Yeah. Your
Okay.
Stripe connection failed. Delete. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Then 3 p.m.
Yep.
my time. So after 70 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey guys, see you in a bit.
See you in a very long, short while.
Good time. Okay, guys, we're back, refreshed. Drinking water, eating. I was eating a protein bar. Yes. So life is back, and now we have to create a way that if there is a new invoice, it can be automatically popped up here. So let's just think more about. So we need a webhook that will. I just think more about that. So we're gonna need a webhook that will have these events. So we will need invoices to track invoices. So let's see invoice. When an invoice is deleted, occurs whenever a draft invoice is deleted. So we don't keep draft invoices. So we don't need this one. So invoice created is a created. We don't need this one because it's a draft. Finalized, we need this one. So when it's finalized, that means a draft invoice is finalized and it's sent, like it's open. So we need this one to create. So when it's overdue, occurs X number of days after an invoice becomes due. We need this one as well. When it's paid, we need that as well. Occurs whenever an invoice changes. The invoice amount. How we can change the invoice amount? We have already invoice. I just think more about that. Occurs whenever an invoice changes. We don't need this one. Invoice will be finalized and then we keep track only the paid, overdue, and create, nothing else. So I believe we can handle that 3 scenarios. So let's just test it now. So we can open our route for that. So let's just see. So if we open our app, webhook, Stripe, connected, and invoices, we have to change that to invoices. So the route here is gonna be post. So we're gonna get the webhook. So here in the charges, we will have an invoice finalized. So the first one will be when the invoice is created. So when a connected account has a new invoice. So right now we can do like a handle invoice created method that's gonna get a Stripe invoice. It's gonna get the connection first, then it's gonna map Stripe invoices. Okay, so here it's gonna be API webhook Stripe. Okay. So this is gonna map the, let's see, Stripe invoice. So Stripe invoice, user ID and project ID. This is gonna map, it's gonna return our invoice, and we can insert our invoice. Error while inserting invoices. Insert to rest. Okay, so we're ready with that. Let's just see what's going on here. So Stripe connect action. Okay, so let's see. So in map, it's gonna be, oh, it's an array. Okay, this return invoices. Okay, so do you understand this one? It's gonna get the Stripe invoice, it's gonna convert it to our type, and it's gonna save it in our database. Okay, that's the created one. Okay, so now let's see, the next event is case, wait to check that. So here we selected invoice paid or invoice overdue. So invoice dot paid. So we're gonna handle the paid. So paid invoice handle. It's gonna be handle invoice created. So we have to make a new function that will handle invoice paid. When an invoice has been paid, we're gonna do something similar. So we're gonna get the service key, the connection to check if there is a valid connection. We can make this one on a separate method so we can reuse it. Get Stripe connection. So we can pass the account ID, which string, and we can do this one. Just return it. Like this. And Supabase client. This is gonna be Supabase. This is gonna be with this type. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be async, and we can get the Stripe connection. Okay, so we can do the same here as well. Okay, so then we can map the invoice again, and here we can get the updated invoice. It's gonna be the first item. So do you know you can destructure like this and remove the 0, because that's just a destructure to an array. It's gonna get the first element. If you want the second element, that's gonna be a second. Yeah. If you would like to get the first one and then the rest, you can do comma and then 3 dots and rest invoices. That's gonna be an array of the rest, and that's gonna be only the first one. So we are gonna use the updated invoice. Wow. For example, if we want to get all of the invoices except for the first one, like for some filtration or something like that. Yeah, or sometimes you need to get all of the items except the first one. That's the one way. Or if you want to get, let's say, the same is for objects. So let's say that's gonna be name and other props. And this can be, for example, a people, a person, object. So we'd like to exclude the name from this person and to use only use only the object without the name. Yeah. So updated invoice. So we are gonna update the invoice, which is equal to this one. Okay. But first we have to get the existing one. Let's see. So if it's paid, we can get the rest if there is an error. But if there is no updated one, we have to throw again the error. So if the rest data is empty, no invoice update to update, and we can throw an error because that invoice does not exist in our system. Okay, so here when we update that, oh, we can use it for pattern for all of this stuff because on this map function we check if it's due or not. And if the status is changed again, it's gonna return our new status. Yeah, so we can use that for updating. Handle invoice update. Cool. So we can reuse it here in case invoice paid and case, let's see what else overdue. Invoice.overdue. So we can have only handle invoice update. So let's just give a try to this one. I'm gonna put breakpoints everywhere so we can go through that. So let's just stop my running application and put it as a debug mode. So right now what we can do, power here, because on the camera you are not on the live. Okay. So we can do something right now very interesting. So we can create a new voice that's gonna be draft. So we don't have to receive an event for that. So I'm gonna make you a new invoice to your email. We will make a USD. We will get this lifetime value. Say, and then the due will be in 30 days. And then we don't want to send it. We would like to create the invoice right now without sending it. So that means it has to be in draft, as a draft probably. So let's see. No, it hits. So let's see. It's open. That means it's created. So here event type has to be finalized. Okay. So then we have to enter this logic, the invoice create. So here we can get our connection. We can map it. So in the invoices we should have only one element. The status is overdue. Something with our logic is not okay. We have to check that. it's this function with the with this one. Something is not okay here. Due date. Oh, if the due date is before current date, that means due date is already passed. You get it? No. Okay. It's like this. Or to be easier for debugging at some point, today has to be after the due date. Is that what's gonna be easier? Mm. Okay. Let's just, how can I, yeah, there is no way to remove that. Uh, oh, so here now there is a draft. So, and our API hasn't been hit. That's cool. Okay, so remove this draft. We don't need that one. So if we create a new one, about, let's say, has about new shoes. The due will be in 1 month. We don't want to spam your email. So we're just gonna create one. So that's gonna be opened. Yep. Oh, it's here again. So finalized. So then I just see. So due date is after 1 month. So is overdue has to be false. Okay, cool. So it has to be unpaid now. Okay. So it's unpaid now. And when I want to insert that, let's see, $100. It's created 3 hours. It's created now. USD. Due date is after 1 month. The file part is here. Number is here. Project ID. Source is Stripe. Such is unpaid. Okay, that's cool. So if we refresh now, we should have two invoices. One should be unpaid. Come on. Okay. So now we have to pay that invoice. How to make it this like different text? We can make it with a specific size, the maximum. Yeah. Um, so right now I'm gonna send you this to you so that we can interact. You can pay this invoice, but not with your real card. You can use 4242 as a number, like the whole number is 42424242. That's a valid card. I've just sent you a link. You don't need an account. You have to buy your shoes. 16 symbols has to be. It has to be a valid, like a future date, and just three serial numbers. Oh, okay. So event type is paid. Okay, so we should enter this switch. Okay, and we have to update this one. So we are gonna map it, and let's see what's inside map. It's paid, and nothing else has been changed. So it's gonna pay that, and let's see if there is an error. No, and that's this selected one from the database, paid. So that means everything's okay. So if we refresh our app, the status has to be paid. Yep. And in the database, we have to have two invoices. Both of them has to be income, source, where is it, type, paid. Woo! Cool. So, well, I'm a developer. You always have to tell them more time because if there is some event that it's not in your control, you have to be prepared for that. Okay, so right now, what we can do is we are ready with that. So I'm gonna commit all of this stuff because tons of code were added. So let's just see everything's okay. So this is we'll get our invoices. This is gonna show our columns. Okay. This is gonna show our filters, toolbar, helper for the invoices, loader, the page, types. This is gonna be the connect action. Okay, so the route for invoices, table and 3 migrations. So I can commit that and says added invoices page. Okay. Oops, I have to run my project. Okay, everything's pushed. So what do we have to do next? Well, what's in the plan? Yep, I want to do that. Okay. Oh well. Hmm. That's that can download can happen after import because with import you have to store the file. Then the download we already have the storage. Okay. So you can be a clown for 3 minutes and enjoy our people in life. And I'm gonna create my fifth coffee for the day or fourth. I believe it's fourth or fifth. Fifth, it's fifth coffee of the day. So thanks Italians for making our life better. And I'm coming after 2 minutes. Our people. Yeah, I'm back. Just to see if my mic is, yeah, it's okay. Do you know the rule rain? The rule about rain, about raining. The moment you wash your car, it starts raining. Bro, I literally washed my car yesterday, and today it's raining. Yeah, the new car won't solve my problem. Uh, okay, so we would like to delete the project. Okay, so let's see. So on our onboarding route, there is a steps. Create your project, connect your Stripe. So when you click on create Stripe account, we create a project, and then here it gives us the URL. Um, but the problem is that authorize URL. Is there a way to fail? No. We can do something else. There is a one really great way in Firestore. Probably there is the same in Supabase. You can make like a pre ID before it's actually in the database. So we can make a pre ID, pass it to the Stripe plugin URL, and then if everything's connected, we are gonna create the project inside this connect endpoint. ID. Uh-huh. Mhm. Yeah, correct. Mhm. It's not gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen anything because mhm, mhm, yeah. Mhm. Let's just see if there is this cool thing in Supabase. I hope. So is there a way I can create temporary ID before saving a record in Supabase Postgre? Yes? Cool. If it's no, I don't want to this one. Ah, no, no, no. But no, that's not gonna work, bro. I'm telling you why. On the get Stripe login URL, we pass the status project, and then in the API, we have webhook Stripe connect. So in connect endpoint, what we do is we get the project ID and the code, then get the token, get the Stripe user ID, and check in our database for our user ID. If it's not in the database, how then we do that? So there is one other way we can achieve our result, which is I don't really like it, but it will work. So in the state we can pass instead of project ID, we can pass the user ID, and the project name. And we can make it really cool. No. See, this is gonna be returned to in the URL, and I'm not sure if we want to exploit the user ID in the URL. But we can do the user email. No, that's not gonna help us. No, we can't get the user ID based on the email because we don't have the. Let's just think more about that because I don't want to create a record and then delete it. It's stupid. If it fails, it can fail on two places. We have to have the same logic in two places. Let's see. So this is the place that there can be error, and the other place it's inside the route. If something is missing. To distinguish who is the user, who is the user, and which is the project. Yeah, but we don't know who is the user, who the user is, because that's visible. Like this state, they return it in the callback URL, and you can see that. So it's not so cool to pass the user ID there. Let's think more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the clerk one. Mm. Let's just think more about that. Because you can't know, you don't know where it fails or not. What if you just close the tab? How will you know that? So the creation of the project has to happen when Stripe connection is okay. No. If I close the tab, there's gonna be an ID. Hmm. Project name that can be passed in the state. Let's see. Let's see their documentation. What they suggest. Which one? No, there is no issue. Yeah, we just decided to make it like a game. Um, let's see the doc. Client ID, redirect, and state. So let's see the state. Security tip to prevent attacks. Add the recommended state parameter and pass along a unique token as the value. We include the state you provide when redirecting a user to your state. Your site can confirm that the state parameter hasn't been modified. Oh, that's cool. Did you hear that? So we have to check the state if it's gonna be something different. Because they can pass a SQL script, let's say, in the state. Um, they can just modify that. Someone can send us a request like it's from Stripe, but actually to with a modified state. Let's see, the redirect URL is gonna be our URL. So let's see. Yeah, it says don't include sensitive parameters in the state field. So we can pass the user data or stuff like that. So let's just ask our friend. We need to create connection stripe root 0 for a specific user and project. How to know which was the user when they connect their Stripe account. And I'm gonna remove the state from here. Yeah, you can use the state. Oh, the state is base 64. Yeah, user ID, the project they're linking. So they just made a base 64. Always verify the state parameter on callback to prevent attacks. And code is count, but we can hash it. So there is one library, crypto.js. It's not a Bitcoin. Um, Actually, crypto npm is this one. Oh, it's deprecated. Whoa. Let's see if there is a new one. This package is no longer supported and has been deprecated. To avoid malicious use npm to package manager. Oh, it's inside. No, it's legacy. how to encrypt a string in Next.js. Let's see. Crypto. Where this crypto comes from? Node.js crypto. Oh, okay. So it's coming from Node.js. That means we already have it. We don't need to install it. It's inside Node.js. Yep, it's here. So we can we can we can we can encrypt our user ID and project ID, pass it to the state, then save it in our database. We can make it like a temporary table, which will be onboardings or something like that. And we can pass the user ID, project name, and the encryption key. So when they return our key in the state, we are gonna check in our database. We are gonna encrypt it, and then we're gonna check the project ID and the user ID. Is that cool? Okay. So let's just open this diagram and I can explain you more. So here is the project name step. They put a project name, and the next step is gonna be the connect button, connect Stripe. So when they click on connect, we will make a random UUID with crypto. So that will give us something like this. We are gonna get this value. So we are gonna insert a temporary value, a temporary row in, let's say, onboarding table with these three fields: user ID will be the user ID, project name, so we can create the project with the same name, and then this generated ID or temporary ID. Then we're gonna pass this ID, pass generated ID to Stripe in state field. Then the user will log in with their Stripe, all of this stuff. No. And the Stripe will return, so they're logging in. After successful login, we will get the state, we will get the state. The state will be this generated ID. So after we get that, we will select the row with this specific ID. So that will return us the user ID, the project name. So then we can delete that row because we don't need any useful data in our database. Delete that row and create a project name with that ID, with that user ID. Mm-hmm. No, forget about that. Like, do you get this implementation? You're not because, yeah, That's the one. Yeah, because in the state someone can get this URL and modify it and return it back to you, and they can put whatever they want here. And you don't want to expose IDs from your database in that URL. Yes. Cool. Okay. So let's just do that. Get stripe login URL. So here, what we're gonna do, we are not gonna create the project. We're gonna do something very, very smart. So we are gonna generate temporary project, let's say. So that will, so we can do try catch again. So you can get the user ID, the authenticated one. You get the super base. We are gonna insert into temporary projects. We're gonna insert the name of the project name, the user ID, and let's say encrypted. No, it's just a random ID that we can compare with that. How to say it? Um, no, it has to be something meaningful. Stripe state ID. So that's gonna be we're gonna generate that. So ID is gonna be crypto random UUID. That's just a random ID. Okay, so that ID is string. So we're gonna select that. So we are gonna check if it's existing. Oh, damn. We have to do something different first. We have to check if this project name already exists. Yes. Oh. So so let's say project res. So superbase dot from project to select ID equals to that. We don't need this user ID because it's inside our policy. So if this project name exists, so if there is a, yep, yeah. So project with that name already exists. Or if there is an error, because there can be an error with the database. No. If there is an error an error occurs. An error occurs. Please try again. Or yeah, I'm speaking two languages, sorry. An error occurs while creating a project. Please try again. So if there is a project, we're gonna return that error. So then we're gonna insert a specific we're gonna insert a specific what's the name? As a temporary project. Then we're gonna get the data. So we will remove this one. Okay, so we're gonna get the data and we're gonna just return it as this, and it's gonna be temporary project. Do you get it? Okay. So in our onboarding page, we're gonna generate a temporary project instead of a real one. So create temporary project, temporary project response. So if there is an error, we'll just show that. But if there is no error, we're gonna pass the ID of this one, let's say. What the? Oh, error or temporary project. So if there is an error, we're gonna show that. Otherwise, we're gonna pass the temporary project.id. Let's just get the single one. Okay. So if there is no error, there's gonna be for sure project ID. Select all, just single. Okay. So that's gonna be stripe res. If there is an error, we're gonna show that. If there is an URL, we're just gonna redirect. So here in this get stripe login URL, we're gonna just do we're gonna just do something else. So we're gonna get the Stripe client and we're gonna pass the temporary project ID in the state. So when everything's smooth, good, and okay, they are gonna hit up this endpoint, Stripe Connect, and in this endpoint, you are gonna get the code, and you are gonna get the temporary project ID. So if there is no ID like that, we're gonna throw an error. Or if there is a so right now, yeah, if there is no temporary project ID, we're gonna throw an error. If there is no Stripe user ID, we're gonna throw the error. And here we can get the project ID and the user ID from this temporary project. So we are gonna fetch our table temporary projects. We are gonna get all of the data that, what was the name of our ID that we've created here? Stripe state ID is equal to temporary project ID. Oh, wait. Stripe state ID, let's say. So we don't need a temporary project ID, we need this one. Wait a second. So when you create your temporary project, we need this value to be passed. Wait a second here. And this is gonna be Stripe state ID. Okay, so we are gonna get this Stripe stripe state ID. So if the temporary project not found, I would say. So you can get this now. Okay. So if there is a record or all the stuff like that, we should create our project here. So create a project. Rest we're gonna be projects, insert, name, user ID, and Stripe user ID. That's it. I believe we don't need anything else. Let's just see in our project. We have ID. Come on. User ID, name, and that's it. Even though we don't need this one. So, oops. So it's gonna be name and user ID. So if there is an error, we would like to throw that error. And if there is no, we can just use it from here. So we would like to select that, select the ID that was created, and you would like to get the single element. Yep. And that will be, let's just make it as a variable because it's used in the bottom like this. Okay. And user ID will come from where will come the user ID? Let's just think. It has to come from here. Data.user ID. Yeah. Okay. And here it's not name. Let's just see what was in our temporary project. Temporary. It's name. Okay. So I know that this is hard. We're gonna get through that. Just give me a second to finish it. The whole thingy. Oh, okay. Okay. So we're gonna make a new migration. Create temporary project. So in create projects, we're gonna do the same like this. So that's gonna be temporary projects. Like this. Okay, so temporary projects table. Okay. We don't need updated one. We don't need this one. So we will have a ID. No, we don't have an ID. We will have a, wait, just to see. We will have name, user ID, and Stripe state ID. It's gonna have name. That's gonna be text, not no. Stripe's user ID and Stripe state ID, which is gonna be text, not no. And create that just to know when this has been created for our statistics. So we can, for example, if we can make something like a cleaning function every single month or every single day to run, and if there is a temporary projects that is older than 1 month, just to delete them from our database. Okay, so this is the thing that we need. Let's just see. So we wanted to push that. Comma. We have to remove that comma. Okay, everything's good. So we have a temporary project table. Name, user ID, Stripe, state ID, create that. Okay. We had to add an ID just to be a primary key. I forgot about that because it's a SQL table. So add primary key to temporary projects. So let's just alter that. Alter table temporary projects, add common ID, not primary key. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's see now. Come on. Okay, awesome. So now let's just make a type for this. So in our boarding, we can make a types. So we can make a type for this one, temporary project, and that's gonna be like this. So in our onboarding, let's just so we don't need this function anymore. So that's gonna be data as temporary project. Can I pass somewhere the type that I okay. So app main, then home, no, not home, dashboard, no, onboarding, then types. Okay, so I'm gonna create that, and here we're gonna have a temporary project. If there is an or okay, so you have a temporary project. We always have it, but yeah, let's just keep it as this. Okay, so we're gonna have the stripe res, and then in the connect we would have, let's see, data is gonna be as temporary project. It's gonna be data as temporary project. So just to have a so temporary project dot name and user ID, and then we can, after everything is created, we can remove it from here, the old one, because the project is created here. So we can remove delete temporary project. This copilot is so smart. So temporary project delete if ID is equal to that one. So we're gonna get the temporary project. We're gonna create a new one. We're gonna delete the old one. We're gonna insert all this stuff. That can be a really slow operation because all of the invoices are getting from here. We have to see that once we go to production. Delete temporary project res. So let's see if there is an error. Okay, so let's go through the whole process because this was not so easy. to do. So let's put a debugger and here as well. Okay. So now we don't have any projects, right? No, we have. But let's create a new one. If I click here, probably no, it's because of my debugger. It's slower. So let's say this name is gonna be test. So we're gonna click on test. So once I click connect on Stripe account, so you see now we have we're gonna check if there is a project with this ID. If there is, come on, what happened? The result contained 0 rows. Oh, you can make a single, can make a limit one, because single will get the how's the name? We'll try to make the if this is returns as like a what was the name? Array. And if you try to make single, that means we're gonna try to get the first item of the array. But there is no like item. So that's why we have to use limit. So let's just try again. If I click on connect. Yeah, there is no error. There is no project like this. Oh, but that's is it array? Yeah. So if there is length more than one. Okay, one more time. For test, connect to Stripe account. So that's gonna check there is no, so this is gonna generate an ID. Yeah. It's gonna create a value. This is gonna be nothing here in the onboarding. We're gonna pass that to the Stripe login URL. So data is name test, Stripe state ID, user ID is here, ID and when it's created. So then we're gonna pass that to the Stripe. This is gonna return as a URL and we would redirect the user to that URL. Okay, so if I wanna connect something, what I can connect, because this is we already have a connection with that. And this is gonna throw an error. And I need to test it, like how it's gonna. I can use the company. Wait a second. I'm gonna do some hacking. So I'm gonna log in incognito. Yeah, that's hard, bro. So I'm gonna make a test, but I already have a test in my project temporary. Uh, temporary or demo project. I don't know. So that's gonna do all the stuff that we've seen already. So we will be redirected to the Stripe login. So now I will go and we'll sign up with our company one. Yeah, with this one. So I'm gonna use the sandbox. So I'm gonna click connect. So this should redirect me, I hope. We don't have a Stripe account to test that. Let's see if I click on skip this form, would that work? Let's see. There is a code, which is the ID. Okay, let's see. So now Stripe state ID is here. Okay, so I'm gonna get my Stripe user ID. I'm gonna get the temporary projects. Yeah, temporary projects here, demo test 6. So we are gonna create a project. The project will be with only an ID. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna delete the temporary one. Okay, we're gonna get the project ID. Data, what is data? Okay, it's here, the user ID, project ID. So we're gonna make Stripe connection. Everything's cool. We're gonna get invoices. There are no invoices for this account, I believe. Oh, there is one. We have one. Okay, and we're gonna insert that. And we has to be redirected to our new project. But since I'm in incognito, it's locked me out. So let's see, that's our new project. If I go to invoices, why is this demo? Did you handle that? Yeah, this is my old project name. Ah, brother. Okay. So I am in this project right now. If I click on this, nothing happens because Valo didn't make it to work. But yeah, that's the flow and it's working. So let's see. I'm gonna close this one as well. So in our temporary projects, my is deleted. And these are like just for the testing purposes. And then in projects, I have two projects, demo test 6 and demo. And in invoices, I have 3 invoice for the same user, but for different projects. Yep. And yeah, that's the flow. Whew. Let's just now save this. Added, implemented, secure way of creating projects. Ooh. Okay. So now what we can do, what we have to do, Val? Yeah, that for sure. Okay, I just logged in. Okay, so I have 2 projects. If I open one of them should be demo. How this is not that I have two projects? Mhm. Oh, oh, okay, so this is probably in sidebar. No, where is it? So main, home, no, it's not in home. Dashboard, page, no, it's here. It's here up sidebar. Enhanced projects. What is enhanced? Ah, okay. So project switcher is, so you have the active one, you put the name. We can do expect of image, just like an icon with a, like something like selected. Which one is selected right now? Get it? Because we don't have a, instead of this icon, we can have something like, not folder Kanban, but is this one. Where is it? Yeah, this is the, this is the stuff. Uh, so let's see. This is a project name and this is like a border. So let's just do something else. So we can do, if this is, if active project dot idea is equal to the current one, we're gonna show what kind of icon? Like a approved. There is a proof icon. No, tick icon. Um, yeah, yeah. And the other one can be just circle. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we can even color, make it like with different color. It's background color. No, text current. So if it's red, it's gonna be red. If it's black, it's gonna be black. So here, instead of on click set active project, that has to be a URL. So we can make a link, which is all of this drop down. We have to pass the href. We have to have a key, and you have to have the link. So dashboard project idea. Cool. We don't need here. No, we don't need anything else here. So if I am on this project and click on the second one, okay. If I click on the, wait a second, active project. Where? Oh, bro, it's from, you get always the first one. So we have to get the active project is like this. Active project ID is use params. So that's gonna be project ID. You can type it active project ID. So we can pass here because you know that we can get it from the route. Okay, so that's gonna be the active one. That's gonna always be active. Or no, that's not gonna be always active. Okay. Oh, but we need the name as well. Okay, so we can do something else. So active project will be projects.find project ID, like this. So active project will be, you can insert your model for, oh, I need this one. Okay. Okay, so let's just try again. Demo test 6. Okay, demo. It's, does it change it? Yeah, it changed it. So demo, so if I'm on invoices, why do I have same invoices here? From where this is? Hmm. We have to make the number unique. Yeah, it should be. No, it should be unique for sure, per project. From somewhere, I have, see, maybe some webhook triggers our endpoint and 2 times, but we have to handle that for sure. So let's just make a new migration at unique constraint to invoices. So that should be, let's see, outer table invoices. That's gonna add constraint unique invoice number. So that's gonna be unique, but only invoice number and project ID, because two projects can have the same invoice number. Okay. If it was invoice number or just number in the database, let's see, it's number only. So I'm gonna remove one from here. Um, Invoice number named in key doesn't not exist. Oh, it's number. Okay. Okay. So we have a unique constraint right now. That's not gonna happen anymore. Okay. So that's the invoices for demo. So if I click on demo test 6, I'm gonna be redirected to invoices, to dashboard. Then when I click on invoices, yeah. Okay, that's work. So what else? Finished project feature. What did you say? Invoices in the database with import button. Okay. How? Let's just first create the other ones and we're gonna remap the Stripe ones. Let's see. Yeah, for sure. 10 minutes. Okay, I'll see you after 10 minutes, bro. And the audience. 18, bro. No, it's 3, bro. See you. Okay guys, we are back. My camera is again broken. Okay, so we are back. Just check on my phone if everything is good. Okay, everything's good with live. Now are you here? Okay, so let's just open the to-do list. So you can, yep, I'm at that point. Okay, so mm, mm. Yeah, we can think about that because there will be a link from the storage. And we could open that link or open a MUDAO and load the link inside it with an iframe. Let's see. So now what we have to do, so files are not stored into the database. So files has to be stored somewhere else because that's a file. There are clouds that are made for files, so it can be cropped, it can be if it's image, it can be like reduce the size, reduce the resolution, all that stuff. So what we have to do is when you click on the import button, so we have to get that file, get the bytes, send it to a quote that will keep our files, quote, send the invoice to the quote. So we're gonna save it into the quote, and that's gonna return us a URL where you can access um, this file on the quote. Yeah, invoice, or yeah, in our particular case, it's gonna be invoice. And we have to get that URL and save it to the database in our path, which is gonna be in our table, which is gonna be invoices, and then it was something like file path or something like that. File URL, or I don't know what was the name of our field. So that's what we have to do. So once you click on import, you have to get the bytes from the file, send it over to the quote. So we have a couple of cases, we have a couple of options here. So Amazon S3 is really popular quote. The next thing is Cloudflare. They have a really good cloud storage. And Google has as well. And Supabase has as well. So we already have a integration with Supabase. So you can just use this one. All of them are like a similar prices. I believe Amazon S3 is the cheapest one, and it's one of the most popular and most used in the JavaScript world. But we would use the Supabase because we already have a connection with that, and our database is there, so it's going to be an easier integration. So if you open the Supabase, you're going to see that there is a database authentication functions, and here is storage. That says storage, organize and serve large files from videos to images. So we can see the documentation. There is an API again, so we can use that. So you have a specific APIs here. So on a quick start, you're gonna see that files can be sorted, like images, HTML, all this stuff. And the cool part is that you can have multiple folders, like creating different folders. That's the name of this is bucket. So that's like a container. So you have in this bucket folders and files. It's something like a folder, but you can have a folder inside it. And on that bucket, you could have a policies like on the tables. So only a specific user can access them. Yeah, so that's really cool. So you can do the same, like, so it's gonna append a where clause for every single user. So you can open the storage and you're gonna see that we have a project. So if we choose that project, you could see create buckets to store and serve any type of digital content. So you can make buckets that are private or public. So public is gonna be for public files, private is gonna be for every single user. So yeah, so that's the storage, and you can see here the buckets. We don't have any bucket. So if you want to upload a file, you can do something like this. So we can do like a Supabase storage, and then from avatars, that's just like a table. But this is not a SQL, but you just pass the storage, and then you click on upload, and you upload the file and the file from the UI. It's so easy, like, and this gives you a path that you can save it into the database. And also a download file, you can do the same, like from, and download the specific file. And you could add a security policies like we will do right now. So we have to find a way how to store our files. So let's say we can do like a bucket for every single user. So the bucket can be something like user ID, because user ID is unique. And then in the bucket, we could have folder invoices, because in future we can store something else. And that invoice can have just a name, for example, the number and .pdf. Let's say 123, like this. Oh, we could have project as well. So we can move that here and have a subfolder. We can have a folder which is gonna be the projects. So this can be like the project ID. Let's say project ID, and inside project ID folder, we can have the invoices. So we can distinguish it. Okay, let's see now. So now we can do like an import button somewhere here, so probably here on the toolbar. So we can get it from the transaction toolbar. From transactions, we could just have the create button. So in the invoices, in the data table toolbar, we could just have a div that's gonna have these two items. So we could have a dialog, is create more open. We can have a trigger. We can have a import icon, and you can have an import invoice. So, and then we can have a import dialog. Import dialog. Let's see. So we can have a import invoice dialog, and we can just have this say that. So let's just get something from ShotCN. So from components we have dialogs. Where is the dialog? Yep, it's here. So let's just copy that one. So import invoice, and the button will have an icon, which is gonna be import icon, and then just text import invoice. Okay. So let's just try this out. So here we can just pull the import invoice dialog. For default import invoice dialog. So you can just render that. Okay. So now, if we open our page, we are gonna see, oops, we are gonna see two buttons, view and import. So once we click on the import, we can open a model. So now we have to find a way what we can do here on the import. Is it gonna be expense, income, the file? Like, that if you if you if you go to the food store and you buy a milk instead of water, who is the fault? Like on your side or on the storeman? Like you go to the food store to buy a water, but you get a milk. Like, is this it? Um, so in future we can have something like AI to distinguish if it's income or expense, but let's just do like for the MVP, just do it like a select that they can select if it's manual or if it's income or expense. Okay. And a field for the input, like for the file, a PDF file. Oh, and the number as well. Oh, I got it. There is an invoice number in every single invoice. Mm. If I open some invoice example, you're gonna see, for example, something like this. There's always a number, but we can't do it like manually. We have to use some kind of AI to check this for sure. PDF AI. Did you say that? Note. Note GPT. There's tons of that. Invoice reader AI. Wait a second. So Note GPT. Is this one? Yeah. Let's see the pricing. So 1,000. Let's see this one. Chart PDF. Let's see the pricing of this one. Can we? Is there API? Yeah, there is a API, but let's see the pricing because endpoint add PDF via file output, okay, and then we can chat to ask specific questions. But we need something more specific, not asking questions, but extracting the data. Extract data from PDF, let's see, with JS. I think that's not gonna happen fast. We can implement that for sure with some kind of AI, because all the invoices are different. Like, so there is something else that we can do now. We can do like manually, like users can manually put that info, and in future that's gonna be super cool feature to use AI to distinguish that. Yeah, you found it. Like, there is a lot of AI, but what did you find? That's a Mistral, yeah, it's a model, but you have to deploy it somewhere to use it. You can download it, this AI, deploy it on a API, and then use it with OWASP, this one. You can download Mistral, that gives you an API, but you have to have a server that is running. So that's why this is gonna take time. I've already done a project with this, and it's kind of similar. Uh, you pass a file, and then you can ask questions about this file. But it's a separate project that we can use it here. Uh, so that's why I'm talking. We can do it on a future point, because I have something in my mind. We can use a project that I have been working at my 9 to 5. Uh, and yeah, which is, yeah, there is a project that you can upload your PDFs or files, and you can ask questions about the file, like a model, AI model. Um, we can do import, but like a manual file, and then the invoice number and amount and the status and due date, and yeah. Or we can do only the export now and do that at a later point with AI, because I don't know if the users will use this one. If they have to, we can make a button create invoices for now, and import. That's that's gonna be future work. Like, coming soon, disabled with a toolbar coming soon, so our users can see that. Okay, so let's just make a two tip. So this can be like a two tip provider, then two tip. So button can be upload icon, its own upload, and then upload no, import invoice, and that's gonna be like disabled for now. What we can put as a content? And we can do the same for create invoice and plus icon. So let's see, like this. But when it's disabled, the tooltip is not visible. Let's see something else in the buttons. Ghost, I believe. No ghost. Loading secondary. Let's see. Something like this. What do you think? It's gray. Probably you don't see it because from the sharing of the screen. Yeah. So then right now what we can do is then when users scan the pool data, we can just the file path from Stripe. Users don't have a way to upload other invoices now. So why we can just make a no, we can just use this stripe icon, like ring. Yeah, but the problem is that when I click it, it's automatically downloaded. You can't preview that because the link is made to be. If I remove this one, no. Probably I can because it's. Is there a way I can preview? Wait. How can I preview invoice PDF URL from Stripe? Because I believe you can preview here as well. Like if I go to invoices, there is only a dial button, there is no preview. But if I let's see if we make an iframe. Let's just think more. If we get an iframe, so the SRC will be row, no, table, get column. It's gonna be the, wait a second. So where we can do that? I just think more. home. On the cell, we have columns. We can have a dialog here. Let's copy a dialog from ShotCN. I would like to test something. So let's say preview dialog, and that can be preview dialog, preview invoice dialog. Preview invoice dialog. So let's just say preview. And here inside this, instead of div, we could have a iframe, which is gonna have this source. Here we can pass the invoice. So here can be invoice.file PDF. File path. And this is gonna be 500 pixels, just for the testing purposes. So let's see in the columns. We can have a preview invoice dialog, and we can pass the invoice as row.original. So let's see. Preview, if I click it, it's gonna download it. No. So we can only want for now the download button. And if they click it, that's gonna render their that's gonna download their PDF. Yeah. So we can have a on click here. That is gonna be, let's see, window.open row.original.filepath, if there is one. And that's should, if I click here on one, yeah, are you here? Yeah, so if I click here, so let's, my internet, it's okay. Like on the live is great, I can see the live. Oh, your internet, okay. So we have to make this better. Probably we can make the download of the in the left, or here somewhere, because if the name is like longer, that button will be here, and that button will be here. Okay. So like this. Wow. So if I click it, that's open a new tab and download the invoice. Okay. So when we either import or create, we would make this file storage. All right. Okay. A bulk download. It's yeah, that's gonna be easy. So let's see. I have a downloadable link, which is Stripe invoice. How can I select multiple rows from my table and select them in a zip? The problem is that when you click on that PDF, it's unloadable. We can try do something with fetch. We can try even in the console here. If I type fetch and pass a URL from Stripe. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Let's say here, instead of open it, we can just make a fetch call to and then just avoid that on stress. So that's gonna return the response, and that's gonna be POP, I believe. Yeah. Let's see if we can console log the book here. So PDF make a request to that. Of course, they don't allow us to make requests. There is one more thing that we can do. Okay, let's give a try to this one because it's interesting. Okay, here it will leave like this. So columns is okay. So on the toolbar we can make button if we are selected about. So let's see, we can do that one. So on the toolbar we can get the selected items. On selected invoices. So that's gonna be table.get all selected. Get all selected. Get filtered cell. Let's select it row model. Now get row. Let's try this one. Now get selected row model. Console.work selected invoices. Let's see. Yeah, that's returned them. So right now, we have the invoice ID. So we're gonna map the invoice. the row. So we're gonna get all of the invoices, row to original. So if there are more than, let's see how. So if there are selected invoices, we would like to make a button that will say let's see, that will have download icon, and we'll say download selected invoices length invoices. Let's see how it's in Superbase. Yeah. And we can remove the filters if there are selected items. If it's only 0, then it should show that. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So if I click here, I should make a function. So let's say const is loading. Const is loading. That's false. So download invoices, let's say. So that's gonna be an async function. And we have a try and catch. So if there is an error, we're gonna console log that. Error while downloading invoices. And then or we can make something else. Let's see. So in actions, we can make a download invoices. Here can be the try catch. So we're gonna get the invoices. We're gonna get only the file, or we're gonna get the, let's think. So here we should have a stripe. Let's see, stripe invoice SDK download. Is there a way to use their API to download it? Or to get bytes? Search, retrieve an invoice. Let's see. This is gonna be, no. The invoice object. Yeah, let's try to fetch it on the server, because they already have us like authorize us to use their API. So probably they can authorize to make fetching. Let's see. That's gonna be fetch, and here we can pass just one. So let's say invoices. That's gonna be an array of invoice, and let's say we're gonna just download the first one, just for testing purposes. File path, and then the pop will be like this, and then we would like to console log this pop. Let's see. So let's just go on download button, click. Okay, so let's just pass the selected invoice here. Let's see. Download invoices. No, they don't allow us to fetch their item. How to download an invoice? How to export of Stripe invoices in a zip with Next.js. Let's see. Is there a way? Because if they don't allow us to download this, that's gonna be hard. So we get the invoice and what? They blocked us in a course with course. Let's see. But I do it on this. Oh, I forgot to pass the use server here. Damn, man. And that's make on the UI request, not the server. Because course is only like server to client to server. Let's see if I click. Let's see. Oh, it's here. Okay. We get that one. So let's see if we install this library for JS zip file. JS zip, there is one library, this one. So it's you every time you check a npm library, you have to be sure that it's not deprecated. Most of the cases it's shown with a yeah, because there are tons of libraries that are deprecated. So most of the times there is a big red message here that you can just no, don't see it. You can see it, yeah, and then you should uh, watch the weekly downloads. It has to be a lot because it has to be used, and also the size. If the size is, let's say, 10 megabytes, something is wrong. Yeah. So let's see. So if I install this library, open a JSZip and use their API. So generate a sync. Let's say we can just copy that, try it here. So let's just see. Is there a site for the documentation? npm install JSZip and how I can import that from JSZip. Okay. So then we can zip file like with the invoices dot number, invoices dot number. Oh, okay, let's just do it one invoice. So first invoice, Let's just pass the invoices. That's gonna be the first one. So here you can pass the number and then .pdf, and the content is the BOP. Okay, and then we can have, how we can, wait a second, multiple. I want to use JS zip. It's here, so zip file, the file name and the BOP, and then like just zip buffer. Okay, let's see. And this will be Next.js. Oh, something went wrong with the stream. Oh, it's here. Oh, okay. This should be an Next.js server action. I just want to see how I can return this buffer. Let's see. Generate type WOP. Let's see. Next.js zip on the server. Okay, how to zip files with Next.js on the server. Okay. So I can zip the file name, and then I would like just to generate the invoices like this. This is gonna be the. So first I'm gonna create a folder, then files, and then I would like to generate the BOP, zip BOP. So BOP is like a format, BOP storage. So this is like a readable stream. So when you click on that stream, the browsers automatically download that. It's like a, yeah, it's like a, I'm not sure if it's a base64, but it's for files, and you input the binary data for that file. So all the files are handled in BOP. So you can see that we fetch from Stripe, we get the BOP. That means the bytes. We put it in a file in our zip, and we should create now the folder for like the BOP for all of the zips. So that's happening with zip.generate async, and here we can set type BOP. So that's gonna be promise, we have to await it, and then we can return it to the UI. So the UI can get that BOP and create a link to, so this is gonna be no. So let's say BOP, so if there is no BOP, we can show a toast that says error while downloading, no, error occurs while downloading invoices, please try again. And we can return that, but if there is a BOP, we can make a downloadable link with that block. Let's just see how we had to do that. Yes, so we have to make it programmatically. So we can create an element that is link anchor tag. So then on this link, we can apply the href, and that's gonna be the URL from like create object URL. That's the function in here. It says it accept WOP or media source. So we pass the WOP, and then we have to click on that link. It's the same like this one. When you click on this link, it's do the same. Yeah. But here you have to do it programmatically because that's the zip that we've generated. So you have to put a name. So let's say download. This is gonna be like the name invoices.zip, and then we have to click that. So let's see what this is. Is this gonna work? So let's just get this pop to see if it's gonna work. So if I select all of these items and click it, we have to upload there, but let's just see. So if I click it, come on, click on download, it's gonna can't read PDF. Is it a supported JavaScript pop? Okay, let's see. I can put a breakpoint, it's gonna be easier. Let's see here. So if you click on that, so the first invoice, the pop is here. So we have made a zip folder, and that the file is okay. And then on generate async, probably something happens here. Yeah. So let's say the URL can't read the date of PDF. Is it supported JavaScript? But I've put the book. Okay, let's console log this book so we can put it in some kind of online editor. Let's see. Click it again. So here let's just get the book. Oops. Okay. It's a book type. Application octet stream. Okay, let's just try do something else. If we just return the book and not do anything with the zip, so we can see where the error comes from the BOP of the invoice or from the BOP of the zip. So that's gonna return the BOP, and let's see. It's not a zip because now it's just a file. Why it downloads zips only? So let's just make it like PDF, invoice.pdf, and click it. So you can see if this is right, like invoice. Just to see what was the functionality of downloading it natively, because I haven't do that for a while. So using BOP is, we have the BOP, we create a URL, or we have to append it in the document, because otherwise it's open it in like a new route, and then we can just revoke it. But that's not necessary, so let's just do that now to see if it's gonna work. It's open it in JS. Let's see. So we have it's open oh, got it. So this opens the link, but we don't have a route in our Next.js application like this. So you have to open it in a new tab, just to get the URL of our localhost 300. So dashboard invoices. Let's see. Can I open it in a um, window, or open the link like in a blank? That means blank if we're gonna open it in a new tab. Let's see now. What the? Probably I don't have this ID. So demo. Okay. So now we're gonna show the invoices. Okay, so let's try again. So click on that will open a new URL. But I had to make this. Can I make it like, what was the tag on the anchor that says opening in a new tab? Target? Yeah, target. Okay. So let's just try this one. It's trying to open the invoice PDF. But why? Okay. It opens my app on /invoice.zip instead of downloading it. Create invisible. I use Next.js. Let's see, it's probably something from Next.js. Okay. Okay, so we have a zip here, but it's not a zip. Wait a second. It's a PDF. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's here. So now, once you have the BOP, you create a URL for that. So I'm gonna console log this URL so you can just see what's going on here. And we'll comment on this out. So when I click here, you're gonna see there is a URL for that. So if I just open it, this URL, you're gonna, it's not, it will show us that this URL is not valid because it's not part of our application. We don't have this route in our app. So then we create a fake link like anchor tag. We put that URL to the href. So it basically we do this thing. Here is the BOP URL, and then if you pass a download attribute, that means the file name is gonna be like this. So invoice PDF. So we do that, then we make it hidden, so it's not part of our Next.js app. Because if you click on that, it will be like, oh, this is a part of your application, but it's not. We have to like programmatically click in that. Because Next.js router see that there is a URL, and if you click that, it's try to find a folder like that. Do you get it? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So that's why we do it like with a CSS style display none, and then we just append it to the body because it has to appear in the DOM. Like we append it here in the DOM. It's here. And then it's clicked it programmatically, and then it's removed from the body. So we can do a helper here that says export const download file, and you can pass the blob. That's gonna be a blob, and also a file name. So we can do that here. So every single time when we need this thing, we can just yeah. So let's just see blob. So we make a URL, then we make a link, we put the href, the download is gonna be the file name. We make it none, we append it, we click it, and then remove it and revoke the URL. Let's do something like this. So now, if we have this function again here, we can just say download file and just pass the blob and says the invoice.pdf, and that should give us the invoice. Yeah. So let's do now a zip and try to do the same but with a zip invoices. So instead of returning the file blob, let's just make a zip, in a folder, make the file, and generate the zip blob. And this should work. Error. Can't read the data. So something here happens. I have never used this library before. How to make zip and download it with a blob for PDF. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Okay, I have the PDF but in blob, so I don't use to. Yeah, it's show the same. Gives me error. Yeah. Let's see. This is an issue from this library. So let's see what's going on. Base 64. Base 4. Okay, let's just see this one so we can be sure. If the file is actually from block type, we'll know. Is block. Let's just see. So is Bob is equal to true, so that's a Bob for sure. So why this is not happening? Let's just see. Oh, wait a second. So that's to return a new instance. So probably we have to use that instance. So if there is no invoices, return no error creating folder. Okay, so if there is no, wait a second. Let's see that one. I cannot access invoices before. Oh, invoices folder, zip folder. Okay, let's see. No, again the same. So let's just try with some, I don't know how to try this one. If I pass the first invoice, the path file part, this is gonna be string. Are there gonna be handle that? I believe no. What the? Ah, it's from today, this one. There are two. Where is it? Ah, could not be opened. No. Okay, so it's something from the file. Yeah. So let's see. Can I have this as a text or as something else? What they want. So path and then data. Base 64 VOP. How we can get the base 64? So let's just convert VOP to base 64. Let's see how. Something is with the file, the format that this library accept. And that's the most convenient way for files. Why there isn't error in zip file? Yeah, let's try with array buffer. That's another type of just a type that this zip can make. Uh, let's try with this one. Do you see? See? So wait, I want to know why what's so this worked. What's the difference? Because I don't know why. I don't know that. What's the difference between BOP and array for? So BOP is represents the raw data, like PDF. By converting to array buffer, you gave gszip a byte-level view of PDF file, exactly what it needs to zip it properly. So basically, that's like a buffer. Is yeah. Is bro. If I pass the bytes, what's gonna happen? So for sure, we have to make this feature on a separate, on like a background process because we download every single invoice from Stripe. Oh, that's not gonna work. Um, because every single time we make that. So what we can do here now, we can have a, so if you would like to make a, a multiple like requests at the same time, you can use promise all. That just bumps tons of requests at the same time. So it can be promise all. So you can make a, yeah, you can make promises. So you map over the invoices, and inside the invoice, you're gonna have this logic. You're gonna return that blob. Yeah. And here you can use the async and in the invoice. So you get the invoice and it makes the blob. And this, if we wanted to make like all files, and then even though we can make the array buffer because like this, and then you make a promise that all promises. So uh, that's gonna execute this callback like in a separate tasks. It's not gonna wait for every single invoice to be deleted, to be downloaded, but it's gonna make a tons of API calls to Stripe at the same time. So when everything is ready, you will receive all the like all files like in an array. So in that with that array, we can make the zip, we can make the folder invoices, and then for every single invoice, we can just all files, all Stripe invoices. We can just for each them, so that's gonna be a Stripe invoice, but file. For what? You can't make a big one. Stripes only, we can't. So Stripe has a SDK. Like even though it's not a, this is just a link for the PDF. And when you make fetch, you just download the file. This is, yeah, you can't make a one request for tons of resources. You have one request per one resource. Yeah, it's the same like this. Where is this? So see here the network tab. So it's inside Stripe. So when you click it, it makes it's gonna make a call, a fetch call. Wait a second. This is the document. Yeah, and they just return the book or whatever. Yeah. So you can't make a multiple requests for like one request for multiple resources. You have to make one call to one resource. This is just an HTTP diagram that I explained to you. How is this? It's probably somewhere here. Yeah. So client make a request to the server and server returns it. So you make the request for the file and the server. Yeah. And you know, and if you want to make it faster, you can use a promise O to send a bunch of requests at the same time. And once everything is ready, then it will gives you the value here as an array. But if you do it one by one, it's gonna make fetch this one. When it's ready, then call the second one. When it's ready, then call the third one. But the other way with promise O, it's gonna call at the same time, all of them. Yeah. So this is gonna be faster than this one. So now we have them. We have the all Stripe invoices, all invoices, or files, let's say. So file is gonna be in array buffer. So we are just gonna put it in our invoices folder. So that's gonna be, we can get the array buffer here. So boab.array buffer. This is a promise again. And then we can return the array buffer and the name, like the file name. It's gonna be invoices.number.pdf. Let's say. And in that way here, this file will be will have the file name and it will have the array buffer. It's gonna put it in the zip, and then we're just gonna generate a zip boab and we'll pass it to the client, and the client will download it. Do you get it? Okay. So here we should add a set is loading true and set is loading to false when everything is ready. And here, let's see. So here we can make something like this. So if it's downloading to show the button loading, and if it's not loading, we can just show the download button. Get it? Okay, so let's see. We should have 3 invoices. So if I remove this one and click on O, so this is gonna make 3 API calls, and it's like here. And then once we export it, we will see 3 invoices. So let's just open them. The first one is val, okay, it's cool. 001. The second one should be 002, okay, and the third one it should be this one, 003, and that's it. And even if it's working, we can make table to deselect these items. O select, let's see how we can Set is all, no. Oh, there is no reason for that because user can want to do something else with them. Okay. Okay. What? 70 what? Where? How do you know that? Oh, that's not a problem, bro. Okay, let's see. So we've covered download single invoice. Preview, there's no way for now. Export all, that's done, right? But actually it's not the fully done. Because if you here the maximum is 100. If you have more than 100, you can't select all of them. Like you have only pages. Got it? Rows per page. So what we can do? We can do some things. Here, preview dialog. We don't need this. So in our table, let's see where is the table. I'm gonna edit this one. The page size will be 1, and the buttons gonna be 1, 5, 10, just for testing purposes. So see if I have 3 invoices, right? Oh, that's even not working. And this one as well. Okay, we have to debug that. So if I click on select all, that's just gonna select one. And if I click on, it's gonna download only one. See, it's 20 Qs instead of 60. So we should have a like export all button somewhere here. Get it? So when you click it, it will export all of the invoices inside the grid. We should give them all of the functionalities. How we're gonna present the UI, it's our problem, not there. We can have a button here that is like a drop down actions, global actions or something like that. And when they click it, it's gonna show import. It's if it's on a mobile or cooked. Yeah, we have to handle that as well. Nah, we can just have one button as a, or we can have 3 buttons but just with icons, not with text, with a tooltip, tons of buttons. And they have filter like this and sort like this. We can have something like this, like actions or I don't know. Let's see Stripe. They have as well tons of buttons. language. Who? What do you think? So let's see here. We can do that, like style it later once we test all our system, how it works. Uh, Download, oh, for sure, but I'm just thinking, no, this one. No, you can only want to download a specific files. Why this is not working? Let's see something. Yeah, I know. I just want to see something. If this is working. Yeah, I didn't change anything. So let's see. Page size. Let's see the initial page size for him because I put it as a 0, but I'm not sure if it's 0 or 1. Data table is like this one. So there is nothing here. So I've put it on my own. Let's just remove it for now. Where is our app? It says 10. Okay, if it's 1, yeah, now it's working. It was because of me. Okay, so then we should want to increase that to, because it's invoices, there has to be a what? Rows per page. Let's see how he make like a default. Pagination. Page size. It's get from, let's see, React stack table pagination. What's the default behavior? Pagination 0 and 10. Okay, let's see. So this is his table. Sorting comes with a row selection. Is there something about pagination? Here on pagination side, there are options. Let's see this one. Table.get state and then pagination. Let's see what's the default behavior, because rows per page is nothing. It's page size 10, page index 0. So why on this it should be default value? That's the new API of Shotzi and selects. Yeah. So let's see, this select is from Shotzi and Let's see the default behavior. So chassis and select. So value is the trigger. Select trigger, so placeholder. On value change and default value. So on value change is table set page size. And default value we have the items, page size options, the default one is 10. Can I just change that to pagination? It's gonna be page index 0 and page size 25. One, 5, 10. So it's 1. Set state, and here let's see what is the default behavior. Done stack, table, make pagination more. Okay, so this is the default one. On pagination change, set page size. Okay, so on change, it's gonna be value, and here okay, let's see the shotgun again. So it's on change is like value change. table set page size. It's not set that. Stack table set page size. Initial state page size. Okay, let's see. Initial state pagination page size v1. Let's see in their API. It's gonna be 1. Yeah, okay, got it. So there was just a different API that I had to use. Did you see that? I previously I passed the pagination here, but it should be in an initial state, not a arena state. Yeah. So the page size should be 25 for us, and we can do 25, 1500. So initially it's gonna be 25, 50, 100. 100 is not. Okay. So now what we have to do? So added functionality to download selected invoices. Ah, download for all, and also download for all. Yeah, and we can cover some other stuff. So let's see what else we can add. So here we can, oops. So we can filter them by, okay, by source. We can sort them by an amount. Okay, and we can sort them by date, by due date. Okay. What else we can do? So after the break, if you want, we can make a break, and we can get all of the, and we can make it like download all of them, and then we can start thinking of the like invoices for all projects, because like when you click here to make like all, so you can see invoices for all projects, because what when you click on all here to show the invoices for all projects, when you click on all to show the all projects, yeah, but we have to do that because what's the point of our application if it just like I can open my Stripe and just download it if I want. So we have to make it like working on for every single project. Okay, so if you want to, let's see, um, I don't know, 15 minutes break or just to refresh it and then, I don't know. And then we can do the download all and just to see here if it's okay. And then we can get a bigger break to make dinner. And then we can continue with all projects. Okay, so today only 7 hours. Hmm. We started at 10:30, so 1 hour and a half and six. Oh, that's maybe that is because of we stopped our stream because of my internet connection and start again. I hope that the previous part is inside the recordings. Yeah, we're streaming from 10:30, bro. I'm sure. I hope. Because see where it's is this there is no like no damn, that's the most cool part. Yeah, with the explanation of why we do the invoices. Mm. Yeah, yeah. I'm just watching the to-do list. Okay. Mm. Yeah. Okay, then quick 15 minutes break and then return to do the exporto and the invoices and then a bigger break and then continue. We will pass 12 hours today. Or I don't know. Oh, we start at 10:30, not at 9. Okay, we're gonna see how it's going. Okay, now just quick break and can continue. Okay. Okay, guys, we are back, um, and we're gonna continue to make our invoices page more beautiful and more useful for you. So I hope that this live can help you build your own features, can help you grab some ideas and learn more stuff. So we have to do like a download all button somewhere here. So while we can do like three buttons, like these three buttons to be just like an icons with a tooltip, or how we can do that, or we can do like one now and figure out how or what we can do while we are doing our mobile styles. What do you think? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that tooltips are not seen on mobile. But that is just for SaaS owners, so probably most of the people will open our app from desktop. But yeah, we have to, or we can do something like actions button, like view. Okay, so let's see, let's go grab some drop down. Yeah, we're gonna do that, not media query, we use just tailwinds. Yeah, but we are gonna use media queries, but just from tailwinds. So something like this. Okay, that's different because there are some like models, so you can just use this one. So drop down menu, we can use it instead of, so where are buttons right now? It's inside toolbar, invoices. So here we have these buttons. So instead of two tips, we can just do like one button. That is a drop down menu. Drop down menu trigger, content, table. Just import two of them. Item. So we can just see how it looks like. And then we can just use them. So much items that we can import. Okay, so let's see. Cloud, logout. Okay, so let's just open our app. So instead of open, so here we can uh, make just three buttons, right? Okay. And here can be actions instead of my account. Okay. So then it's profile building and setting, and then all of other groups are just gonna be deleted. So something like this. So we will have three buttons. is gonna be import invoices. So the import icon, import invoices, and then plus and create invoice, and then okay. Okay. So now can be actions, and here actions, or we don't need a. Wow, there is a someone who is speaking around you. So on import, this is gonna be the disabled one. So let's just copy our buttons. So that's just gonna be how we can add that these are coming soon, because it's not working tooltip in dropdown. You are muted if you are talking. We have to then show that these are not ready yet. We can make, yeah, import and create. They are coming soon. So we can do something like this. So let's see, we can have a group that will be coming soon. So group, let's see, we can have one group with, so we can have a separator here as well, and then one more group like this. So here is gonna be export. Can you find an icon for export? And this is gonna be create and import. File, a file. So let's just see how it looks like. Okay. So is this actually working? Okay, Command Shift and P. No. So we can remove them. Or we can try test them. No. Okay. So now, if we You have actions. Can you find an icon for actions? So let's see, drop down menu item. Can you add group? Can we have a label on the group? Label. Coming soon. What did you say? Table of consent. Okay. Ah, note. Yeah, that's good. So these are coming soon. Is it okay like this? Okay. So now when you click on export invoices, we should have this. So how we can unselect it on, so we have to make a function. Oh, we can reuse this one, but so here we can pass, that's cool. So here we can pass the selected invoices. Let's see, so here invoices, so that's gonna be an array of invoice. And here we can pass all of the rows. So download, button click, and here can be table dot rows, and here we can map over the invoices. Do you get that? We're gonna use the same function, but instead of only selected, we're gonna pass all of the table elements. Wow. So let's just start about how gonna we add loading. So probably we can add some here on the actions button. Let's just see. So if it's loading, we're gonna show button with loading. Okay. Okay. So let's make the table size only one. So if it's only one and we click here, it should vote only one invoice. Okay, it's 20 QOs. It should be only third one. Let's see. So that's are just the third one, okay? But if we click on the actions and click on the export invoices, so that should be the three of them. Let's see. now it's opening one again. So let's see how we can get all of them. Okay. So console.walk table. So get, oops, sorry. I know what's the problem. Let's just see. Rows are just one. What rows? Rows by ID. Yeah. So rows by ID keeps all of them, and rows just have the page one. Rows by ID, and that's a group of items. It's an object or no? Okay, I'm gonna do something else. So here I'm gonna say const on download on button click. So here is gonna be const download invoices. Download current and download invoices. And this, there will be three buttons. So the first one will be on download button click. So that's just gonna call this function with the selected invoices like this. And the second button is gonna be on export button click. Okay, so let's just make one more function, and this has to get all invoices, and it has to call on download invoices function. So is the wife okay? Because I don't hear you. There is no noise right now. Don't worry. Okay, so how we can get the of the rows? That's the problem. Let's see. So we have a paging. So rows by ID, it's an object. So if you want to get all of them, so that's gonna be rows by ID, and we want to get all of the values because they are like 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's gonna, let's see what that's gonna give us. So this is gonna give us an array of 3 items. Yep. So then we can just map every row and get the invoice. Do you get that? This was an object, and because it's an object, it's having 0 as a key, and the value is the row. So we would like only to get the values, so that's why we use this object values. And this gives us array, and we remap it to get the invoice. Yeah. So let's just try now. So if we click here, that's gonna be only 20 queues, and this has to be 60 queues for all of them. Yep. So if I open this, you're gonna see that there are 3 invoices. Okay. We are good with that as well. let's just remove the items that I don't use. Okay, and here it's gonna be, let's just return this to 25 because I just changed it for the testing purposes only. Okay. So what else can we do? We can make this status a batch to be equal. Let's just see. So we can return so we can make the batch content can be no, and we can make a switch status. So batch content will be like this 8. Okay. Cover. Okay. And here we can return the batch with the content. That's not gonna work. So item is gonna be content and variant or batch props. So that's gonna be variant and then yeah, that's gonna be only variant. So item will be content and variant. Oh, we can just return that and just use. So the width is gonna be how much? 50 or 10. No, it's gonna be 60, 20. Yeah. So we can make of them 20. This one as well. Okay. So we can just check this one because let's see. Okay. So I believe they will be the same right now. So what else can we do? This is okay. Actions. Do you like actions to be a different kind of button, or like our? Okay. No, I mean black, like primary core. Okay. So then I believe that's it. And here there is a like padding, which I'm gonna remove because we don't need this one on this page. Okay. So that's the invoices page. So right now what we can do is to make it work for all kind of projects, right? Yeah, just to add export all functionalities. Okay. 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 So right now, oh, what did you say? Oh, button. Oh, projects button. But I don't believe we have to have different UI. We just have to have the same UI, but just for all projects. When you click here, all projects, not gonna switch the URL to be like all projects. And you will have invoices and dashboard for all projects. We can reuse the same structure. Do you get it? Okay, so let's just think more about that. So we have app, then main, then dashboard. So probably we have to switch that because it's like a confused one. This is not the dashboard here, but the dashboard of the app. So we can make it portal or something like that because dashboard is like more confusing. And then if we have portal, we just have to show invoices, not ID. So let's just see. So it's now a dashboard. Instead of project ID, we can make invoices here. That's gonna be a page, but the layout is here. Okay, we're gonna do that later. So here we can just show that. Um, like um, invoices page, but this is gonna be per project. And this is gonna be invoices page. So that's the invoices page per project, and that's the general invoices page. So here we can make a function that will get invoices, and if we don't pass a project ID, that just gonna fetch all of the projects for this user, like all the invoices. Sorry, get it? If we just remove this equal quotes, yeah. So what? I'm gonna with this one, but I just want to do first the invoices. So if we make a function that in this project ID is not required, how can we make equal if it's only there as a project ID? Let's see how to pass equal if there is project ID. Project ID could not be defined, and I want to get all of the invoices. Oh, cool. We can make a query. So let's just say that's a query, and we can make this one. And if there is only past project ID, we can make that query to be the query and equal to have the previous one. Do you get it? We can have a base query without awaiting that query, just to construct that. And if there's a project ID, just to pass the where clause. And here we can just call that query. First we construct the query, then if there's a project ID passed, we add a where clause to that query, and after that we just call that query. So here on get invoices we don't need this one. Yeah, so here we can get this one, and we can add the loading again as well, because that's gonna be a different path. So see how cool it is to have components. We just get different data and just use the same data table. But I have one, we have to add something else here. So I'm just gonna show you that. So here you're gonna see that these are all of the invoices. So now if I switch to demo 6, I have one invoice. So if I go directly to dashboard/invoices, I should have 4 invoices. See? Yeah. But we have to add a column from which project is that, because you don't know here. And it's hard to know that. Yeah. So the layout has to be here. And we can remove it from here. As this. So I believe if we have, we will have the layout, and if we remove the project, the layout still be there. But yeah, we have to just handle that button on the top. Got it? Okay. Okay, so now we need a column to show the project name. Where we can show that? At the end? As a batch? And later when we add images, yeah, it's, you think that they're not gonna see it? Then we can do it at the first site. Okay. So here in the page, in the invoices, where are columns, we can make these to not be extracted, but to be like a function. So if this is a get all, to have, or let's do something else. Export dot const all columns, like all project column invoices, all projects columns. Is it okay? So right now we're gonna do something very cool. So we are gonna use the previous columns, like with the structuring, but we are gonna pass one more at the top because it's gonna be the first one. So we are gonna, oh, it has to be here. Okay, that's okay. So we could have that can be a function get all project columns. So that can be a function where it says project ID, and it's not necessary. So if there is project ID, we should return the other ones, all of the columns. But if there is no project ID, we should add like a project column, and this has to be like this one. So we can add a column that's gonna say what's gonna show. Okay. So that's gonna be the project ID. Here we're gonna set project name. Here it's gonna be project name, and that's gonna be the project ID. In here, let's just for now make a batch with just the project ID, so you can just show that, and then we can handle. So here we can make something different. So you asked why do I need to make, so I'm gonna show you something. So you asked me why I would like to get the first one and then the rest. So first column, rest columns, like this. So the first is the checkbox. So checkbox column, and then is the rest from the table. So the first is checkbox and then the rest. So that's the normal one. So I'm gonna just return a new array that says checkbox column, then project column, and then the rest. Yeah. And that will give us a new, yes, but why it's not, I have to code out. So columns is gonna be columns, get columns, let's see, get invoices columns. So that's gonna be a function, and I'm gonna pass nothing actually, like this. And this one we can just do it like here, and we can pass the project ID. What? Call get invoices from server but get copies on the client. Oh, got it. So this one can be get invoice columns, and here it can be get invoice columns with project ID. Maybe that's not gonna happen. Yeah. They because that's a client component. If it's not client, will that work? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, then we are gonna do something else. There's one more scenario can do. So we can still have the like all invoices columns, all, let's say, all project columns or projects columns, like this. So here it's not gonna be a function, but it's gonna be just an array, and we can do that here. So here is gonna be the first is gonna be columns, so it comes from 0. Then we would like to pass the created one, and then we can just get with the splice. You would say from where to start. So that's just gonna but just to think more. So columns dot slice from the first one to the end. So did you get now? Okay. So just to, so what's the problem here? Oh, we should destructure it because it's an array. Okay, let's give this a try. So here it's gonna be columns like before, and here it can be all projects columns. Yep, it's here. So now we have to have the project names instead of IDs. Um, so let's just do the buttons now first, and we're gonna handle that somehow. Um, Okay. So this upside bar is gonna show the project switcher. So if there is no active project, it's just gonna show this. So here, what we can show as a title, if there is no like active project, like this. How how, how we can switch two of them? Like maybe somehow like a separator. Ah, okay. So let's just get this separator, and this is gonna be menu. So this is gonna be here, and we're gonna have one more menu, right? Okay. And it's gonna be swash, just swash, swash dashboard. And this will have all projects. Is it okay? And then an icon menu must be, wait, oh, that should be here. Sure, I did the same, did something with the logic. Menu item must be in menu content. Menu item, oh, got it. Menu label, wait, I'm gonna return because I broke this structure. So we have a trigger, and then menu content, okay. This is the label, okay, so here we have to add that. And then this one. So this is gonna be only dashboard, and it's gonna say all projects. Okay, so here, like this, or see all projects, something like that, and then with a different icon. Okay. Home, home, like this, home. No, the previous one was better. And we can just show the home here. And here we can do something quick to add images like logos or something like that. I don't know. Or we can find an API that will gives us an icon for I don't know. Yeah, we can change it anytime. So here when you click on home portal, it's gonna show the dashboard. And if you click on demo 6, it's gonna show you the demo 6. And just to show you something, I'm gonna add invoices. And here at the bottom, I'm gonna add invoices just so you can understand what's going on. And how based on a URL, we can show the same data. So here, when you click on demo 6, that's gonna show the demo 6. If you click on demo, it changed only the URL, but it refreshed the data because of the query. And if you click on home portal, it's gonna show all of them. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it to be just the dashboard. We can do something else. We can get the latest page and just redirect to there. But we're gonna think more about that. Okay, so I believe we have to find a way how to show project names because they exist here but not here. So probably we have to download them somewhere else. And yeah, but if you want, we can make a 35 minutes break and to get a dinner and then continue. Okay. So if you want 8, I don't know, 40 or 35. Okay, let's make it 40 so we can be on time. Hey everyone, we are back, refreshed, full, ready to attack. Wow, this is not working. Can I just remove this one and create a new one?
Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
no,
right.
it's okay. Can I say something?
Ah,
Okay. Can you check on live? Is everything good? Is a sound?
give me 1 second. Yeah, it's working.
Okay, awesome. We're back. So what we have to do now is to show all of these projects instead of IDs. So there are two scenarios that we can do here. So I'm gonna open my notes, cool diagrams. So what we can do here is we have like header or navigation, and we have the invoice page where we need to show projects, right? And they're coming from the
Mm,
database. So every single time when you open our app, here it's make a request to the database, right?
yeah.
So instead of making a request to the database here and here, that's two requests to the database. There's no reason.
Mm,
We can create a context on the UI, on the client, that says projects context. That's a React context. So this is working as a store, like an in-memory store. So this is a store. And it stays live until you refresh the page or you can close the browser. And in every single page, you have an access to that store.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, we can download it when the app is ready in the layout. Then we can just use it from the context here and here. But just to remind something, just to tell you something, context is available only on the client components. It's not available on the server because this is a UI.
It's in the browser, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have, this is the one variant. The other way is to route both of them here, but there's no
Mm-hmm.
reason of that. Um, so so we can implement that context, and there is one more way, which is a cache. Uh, so if we make an endpoint that's available only for us, um, we can create an API calls to that, and from this, but we can add a cache on the fetch, and until the browser is fully rewarded, it's gonna keep the caches. Um,
Okay.
but the context way is better because once you start having problems with cache, it's not so good.
It's not so good.
Yeah. So right now, what we can do is just to see our like uh, root point of where we need that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a project where we actually don't need that there. So we need it in the dashboard. Basically, we need it in the dashboard because the layout uses the sidebar, and then we need it in, so this sub sidebar is, oh, it's server component. Let's see the project switcher. Yeah, project switcher is a client component. So basically in this layout, damn, that's gonna be hard.
I mean, we can rework it if that's gonna make it better.
Mm. But this is how sidebar. So sidebar provider is a client component. How this is a server component and render a client component. Okay, so we can make our context here because this is the layout for invoices. See, and for like the up sidebar. So we cannot make the same provider as the sidebar. So basically you can make a project provider as this. So we can make a folder, let's say, context. So where to put it? We can make it at our like root level. So just make it contexts like this. So we can make a project context. That's going to be a TypeScript file, and just to see how it was, so Next.js React context, just to see how was the API. Okay, so we have to make this context and then a provider. Okay, so here we can create a context. So this is going to be project context. So we can use create context from React. That's gonna be initially no. So here we have to add type. So let's say project context type. That's gonna be projects because it's multiple projects. Projects context. So that will have projects. It's gonna be an array of project. We don't have a type. Okay, let's just make one. Export type project. So we have an ID, name, and user ID, right? Let's see ID, user ID, name. Okay, ID, user ID, name. Create that and update that can be knowable. So we can have multiple projects here. And just think of something else. We even can have the active project here because this will be a context. Why not? So let's say active project like this. So that's gonna be the context.
I'm just gonna get my glasses quickly.
Okay, or that can be a no. And then we have to make a hook that we can get this one. So export const projects provider. So let's just see. Are you here?
What happened?
Are you here?
I'm here, but I can't find him. Oh, I left him. Oh, F in the chat for the glasses. Oh, someone robbed him.
Are you here now? Wow.
Hello, sunshine.
Are you here?
I found him.
Okay.
All right.
So, are you here now in front of your computer?
In the camera everywhere.
Okay. So I'm gonna explain you what I'm doing right now. So you have to make the type and the context. So when you create the context, this is the initial value. So it's gonna be no
No.
before, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So then when you make this provider component that we're gonna use in the layout, so basically you have to pass the provider, project's provider, and then we get the children because it can pass children as well. So we pass the provider with initial value. This is the projects. That's gonna be empty array, and this is the active project, which is gonna be active project is gonna be use memo. So I'm gonna explain you what is use memo. So that's gonna be yep, something like this. So return. Okay. So use memo, what is actually do. You know that if I have a variable here, let's say const test around it's equal to 1, right? So every single time when this component is pre-rendered, this test will be initialized again, like
Every
every
time
single
the
time.
component is rendered, it will be initialized again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And use memo helps you to memorize this variable if only these dependencies are changed. So basically, if the projects or the project ID from the params, from the URL is changed,
Yeah.
only then the
Yeah.
active project are going to be changed. Because if we make on every single update, that's going to update the active project and it's going to render off the component of the children below that. Because every single time this will be initialized. But in memwise, it's going to be initialized only if one of these are changed. Got
So
it?
what has the variable test got to do with anything?
Nothing. I just removed it. I just wanted to
Oh.
show you. Yeah. So here we have to make a request to the server to get the projects.
I'm here, but the live stream might not be here.
I changed my internet now. It should be okay. Changed my internet now. It should be okay. Can you check it?
Okay. It's still loading. I'll tell you when it restarts. Let me refresh the page. I think it's fine now.
Okay, sorry, bro.
It's
So
alright,
here
sunshine,
we
don't
have
worry.
to get the project ID. Um,
Yeah, okay.
so
So you were
do you know?
you were asking me what's use effect.
Mhm.
I know it was a hook, and I know you was used to synchronize things. I don't really remember how to use it.
Yes, I'm gonna explain. So in React, there are specific life cycles. So let's just make it like this. Can I find something cool? React life cycles diagram. Okay. So let's just find something. Okay. So I'm gonna explain you this first. You see it well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are component lifecycle methods in React that different events happens at different time. So when it's mounting, so let's say the first time you open the app, you open a specific page. What is
Mm,
happening is states and props are set, are initialized, so you have them first, states and props. So then a lifecycle that is component will mount is loaded. Then the
mhm,
render for the component. This is the render. The
mhm,
return is actually the render is initialized, and then the component did mount is initialized. So that was previous like old version of lifecycle. So there are now cool methods like use state and use effect and stuff like that. But you have to
mhm,
know first this one before these hooks. So when a prop is changing, so these are the events. Um, Ignore these three. It doesn't matter. So the render is happening. So when a property is changed, so let's say this children is changed, or let's say
mhm,
here is a title. So when the title
mhm,
is changed, this is changed first, and then it's you have to you can use a component did update function, and that will be initialized after the render. When a state is changed, is the same. So if my useState project is changed, it's gonna render, and then it's gonna call this component did update. And
mhm,
when the component is erased, not erased, but unmounted, let's say you're gonna from invoices page to transactions page, the invoices page will call this component will unmount lifecycle method. So that's the
okay.
old way of using React components. And now component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. Three of these are combined. That is called use effect.
Mhm, mhm,
You have this line. So right now when
mhm,
you type a component,
mhm,
the first thing that is going to be initialized and used is going to be props and states and variables. So here's going to be props, states, variables. So if I create a component that says page, the first thing that is going to be initialized are the props. So let's say title, some state, let's say, is open, is open, set is open. That's going to be use state. And the third one is going to be variable. So let's say sum is one. That's these are initialized second. These are initialized second.
Yeah.
Everything in return. And the third one is hooks, like use effect. Use effect. So here, you know that there is a component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So previously, there were three functions that was used in React. Component did mount, did update, and will unmount. So now they're combined into use effect. And in order to use them, you can play with the use effect. So if you want to get to make this callback executable when the component is mount, so that means component did mount, you should put an empty array as a dependency. That means component did mount. So every time when a component is loaded the states, it's loaded the DOM, then the third part is gonna be here, like render. Let's say component did mount. This is gonna be code. Okay. So if you wanted to get the event to do something when there is an update, you can use it like the same, but you can pass which is the variables, props, or state that you want to watch. So let's say when the title is changed, you want to do something. So let's say you want to console. You can make a toast. Let's say toast success every single time when the title is changed. That's how you can make it. And if you want to make something when you exit the page, you can use effect. That means you can use the component unmount, will unmount, not did, will. So the new syntax is like this. You have to return a function, and here inside this function, you can do something that will be happening when you leave the page. Do something when leave the page. So now do you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So now in the projects, we would like when this provider is loaded, like component did mount, we want to get all of the projects and load it in the state. So we would like to have a function that's gonna load our projects. So load data. And here we can call the const all projects. We can call the function await get projects like this. And then when we load them, we have to set it in the projects state. And just we want to call this function. So here we handle the errors, and here we can just load them into the projects. So now in every single component inside that context, we can use something really cool that is use context. So we can make a function that says use projects, and that's going to be a use context project context. So instead, every single time of type this one, you can use that function, use projects. just to see if that was the yeah. Okay. Why is this? Just give me a
The
second. I would like to export it as a function. Let's just see how to make use context in a variable. Just to see what was the API, because I forgot this one. Let's just find it. How to wrap use context. Oh, okay. It's like this. Okay, so I can export use projects, and then I can call use context inside that. That's gonna be projects, and here we can just return them. Project context. Okay, so use projects. So now you can open a specific page that's a client component. This is important. For example, up sidebar. And then in project switcher, which is you can see use client, you can get the project. So see, you can get projects and active project from use project. And we can forget about this and just get the projects and the active project from here. So like this. Just to see how I can return them. Project context. So projects is gonna be then active project, or yeah, or we can do the default value as just as empty. So project is gonna be empty array and active project is gonna be no. So we can just remove return that one. So here in app sidebar, we can remove the server components that you make a request. You can remove this, and this. You can remove the get user projects. Oh, you already have a cool. So let's just call that one. You already have a function. Get user projects. Awesome. So that's gonna give us the data. Get user projects. So I'm gonna remove this one. You already have made this function. Okay. So now in app sidebar, in project switcher, we don't need this one. We don't need to use params. You can just use it like this. So here you can see that there is a project already. So project and active project. So that's gonna be initialized every single time when I refresh the page. So you can see in the context, initially we have an empty array and no, and then when it's loaded from the API, we have them, all of them, and we have no as an active project because we don't have active project right now. But if I go to demo 6, I would have this one, like an active project. And you can get it everywhere where you go, as the sidebar, as the project. So that means use sidebar. Someone make this kind of context, and you can use it. So here you can see, if we refresh this one, you're gonna see that there is a there's dashboard. Let's see. So there is a post method. You can see this one, a post method to this action, which is the for getting the posts. So you can't see any response because it's a server component. But that's means.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how we can have now in every single page of the app of the component of the projects. I'm not sure if I explain it enough good because we have been streaming for like more than 10 hours.
I'll
And
be honest, it made sense the first time, but you made even more clearer when you actually run me through it. But it makes sense. It does.
okay.
Because I would say it's like in PHP would be having a constant event listener
I
that
have no
checks.
idea. But that's important in React, and you have to understand it.
Yeah,
These are the not the basics, but the
the
um,
the crucials.
yeah, the crucials that if you understand them, everything is easy because you know how it's working deep. And you know how
Yeah,
when you know how it works, you can make it like easy. You can make easy components. You can make easy pages.
yeah.
So now we have this, which is selected, and we can use it in our table because now we can vote our invoices, and here in the page, um, let's see, it's in columns. So columns is an object. So we can't use our use projects here. You know why?
Why?
Can you tell me?
What did you say?
Why I can't use here my use projects hook?
Um, because the type of file it
What's the type of the file?
is a server file.
Yeah,
No, it's
because
not.
it's a
It's
server
page.
page.
Oh, is it? Okay. I thought I was
Yeah.
still gonna say the wrong thing.
If it's the client, it has to have like this use client.
Use client. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we have to make a new component, which will be the client one, because here you can see that we can't use it. So let's say
Mhm.
we can make our, this is gonna be invoices, and instead of page, let's say it's gonna be data. So let's
Mhm.
just make a client component that's gonna be invoices data. And here we can just get this table and render it
Mhm.
here as a component. But instead of, but now invoices will be just passed. So here we can have the invoices data, and we can just pass the invoices because they're loaded on the server
Mhm.
like this, and we can just use all of the other things. So right now I'm gonna get this one, we'll use it here, and this is gonna be invoices data. So I'm just gonna import it here as well. Okay, and here in invoices we will have like just a type that's gonna be type props, and this is gonna have invoices as a type, and it's gonna be invoice array. So here you can have invoices, and you can have columns as well, data and the toolbar. So right now inside toolbar, we have to pass the current project of the project inside this column. So we're gonna get them. So projects is gonna be use projects. So here we can get const all projects columns. So we can make a function here that's gonna say export const get all projects columns. So that function will how was the name? Receive, yeah, sorry. Receive a projects array, invoices array. Projects array. So projects, it's gonna be a project type, and it will return this, but here we're gonna do const project column. So here that can be like an object with this kind of ticks, and yep. So here we can do again first column, so checkbox column, and we can do rest columns, and we can return the checkbox column, then project column, and then rest columns like this. So this should return that thingy. So wait just a second now. Okay, so we have something columns. Yep. So here we have to get this column. Just give me a second to see how. This is gonna return this one. So the row is gonna be why it doesn't. This is gonna be column def from invoice. Yeah, okay. So here in project name, and we can have a key like this, and then project name is gonna be instead of project ID, we can get something really cool. So we can find which is this row, and we can get the name. So we can get the current project. So that's gonna be projects find. So that's gonna be project, and project ID should be equal to this one from the row. So that means we have find from all of the projects which is the current row project. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we can just in the batch we can just show project dot name.
Project name.
Yeah. So here we have to get this function and get it here. Pass it to dot one, and yep, this should work, I believe. Error fetching invoice is invalid input type for. Oh, it's undefined, sorry. Here for some reason. So this is all of the projects you can see. It's mapped. So if I go on demo 6, it's gonna show me the invoices. Something happening here. Just a second. Something is here, but I don't know what. What's going on?
is in the promise.
Okay.
Oh,
When I click on invoices, it's happened.
change the
This
URL
is
to
undefined.
undefined
Where is this page?
project.
I just want to check something because maybe I broke this thing. No. What the? So this is the layout. In project ID, there is invoices and page. And here is a dashboard page. console.project ID. In the dashboard, there is a project ID. Only in invoices there is no. Okay. So if I click on, oh, see the navigation
What?
link on the bottom left. I believe your camera is there, but you can see it on my
No, I can see on the stream,
yeah.
on the
So,
meets.
oh, sorry. I know what the problem is. Um,
I think someone is gonna
so
come for this.
here in the upside bar, there is this one, and here, this is now a server, a client component because we passed we've made this one. So now every single children here is a client component. So here in the upside bar, let's just see why this is not a. So here, console.log params. So params are okay. Params. Await params. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What should be a
So
spelling
now,
mistake?
when we make this client component, the next thing, this again, it comes client. So upside bar is client component now, and we can pass these params like this. So you can get it like this. So use, so we can get the project ID from use params like this. What the? Okay, that's interesting. Let's just see. we have them like here. If we code them, okay, this should be client because there are providers like use client. So we don't need this one. We don't need this one. So providers are used only in use client because it's a context. And here we can get them from just use params. So like this, and here we can say, hey, I expect to have a project ID, but it's not, what's the name? It's not necessary to be there, right? Because it's we can have it, and we can don't have it. Like it's based on the, what's the name? It's based on where it is right now. So if we have active project, we have to get that active project. So active project ID. So use projects. So some when it's in all projects. What I'm talking about? I'm tired. Just give me 1 minute.
We can have a break if you want.
No. So let's just show you what I mean. So now based on the URL, we have the project ID or no. So if we are select a specific project, we are gonna have that ID.
Yeah.
But if we don't select a specific project, we won't have that ID.
Yeah.
And here, this layout previously, it was always placed inside these brackets. So that means every single time, this layout should, we would have a project ID. But now it's in like a global one. So sometimes you have it, sometimes won't.
Sometimes you don't, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why in up sidebar, which is here, which is rendered in this layout, we can't get it from the params because that's outside of this folder. Get it?
Yeah.
So we have to get the current active project. So if there is an active project right now, we can do like this ID. If not, we should only use the dashboard as a route, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the routes on the left. If you have it, you should pass it. If not, it's like this. So here is the same. So URL for transactions is gonna be the same.
Well, we should delete transaction.
Yeah, but just to show you how it's working.
Okay.
And for invoices, it's gonna be the same, just invoices. So I have to remove this async because. So right now, if I refresh the page, you're gonna see that I have invoices for that project. If I move to the other project and click on the invoices, you're gonna see that I have invoices for that specific project.
Yeah.
And you can see all of the loaded here in active one. And if I click on the home, that's gonna remove everything from the active, and you can see I have only the array, which I will use it for here. And if I click on invoices, this should be dashboard, this should be invoices. Dashboard / invoices. Here it should be transactions. Oops. So if I click on the invoices, you're gonna see now it's gonna load all of the invoices and it's gonna use the projects.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nice.
here we have an issue which says invalid date. So this you don't have a value. So let's just fix that. So in the invoices in data, we have a table and columns. So let's see why in this. So due date, because we've shown always. So we have to show if there is a due date, show that. If there is no, don't show anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Because due date is like optional. So it's gonna be like this empty. So in the project switcher, we have so many console boxes. I just remove them. Console error. In here, we can just remove it. Okay. Okay, man, we're ready with most of the stuff. So right now, do you know what we can do as well? I'm gonna leave it to you, by the way, to see
What
if
can
you
we do?
understand all of these contexts.
The next thing is export
Uh,
all invoices from project. That's done.
can I tell you what you can do?
Yeah, tell me.
So here, when you click on the user, we should know which is the current one. So we have to know which kind of button we show. Upgrade to Pro, upgrade to Basic, upgrade to something else.
By
And
the way, the screen is black, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
why? Why is black? My internet is good now.
Let me refresh once. Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The bottom left corner menu.
Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
make this button uh, to be different depends on the user subscription.
Mm-hmm.
So if the user subscription has a basic plan, you have to make it here to upgrade to the standard. And if the user has a basic plan and he would like to come to the onboarding page, we shouldn't allow that because the maximum will be 3 projects with the basic plan, right? If he clicks
Mm,
it, he's gonna create a new project, but that's not possible. So we
okay.
have to limit that. You can type this in the to-do list.
I think I know how we're gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna I don't know the syntax exactly behind it, but I can figure it out. I'm gonna
I
I need
just
to shift
showed you
everything.
like 30 minutes ago. You have to
No,
make a
I know
context,
that,
a user context,
but
and you have to get. So for icon for invoices, we can get the document icon.
one second.
Can you tell me
Um,
icons for all of this stuff so we can add dashboard and documents because it's strange like this.
dashboard, invoice.
Oh no,
Huh?
there is a layout dashboard icon. Let's just check it. And invoice you can show like document, not document but file or something like that. Yeah, file.
Okay, and then what's the other one? Dashboard, invoice.
And transactions, but we're gonna remove that.
Yeah. Okay.
Bro,
Let
do
me
you
do
know how
this.
many hours we're streaming? From 10:30, now it's 9:47, almost 12 hours.
Almost 12 hours. There's 5 people watching though. Hello everyone. You're catching the end of us when we're very tired, but we're still mashing work. Um, to do change. Well, allow
Oh, you removed the icon from here. Let's just
Why?
get the chassis and sidebar.
Allow user to change. Right. Show user payment plan. Allow user to change payment plan. Deny access to user when attempting to create a full project when they are on a standard payment plan. Do you know what I'm thinking? Even one, like, or maybe two. If you have more than two projects, I think you should go to like.
Oh, we
Well,
made it 3.
standard. Okay. Okay. Then I say. So you have standard, or is it basic, standard, and premium? Or is
We
it
have it already
standard,
in our Stripe.
premium?
We're
Huh?
gonna see them. We have it in our Stripe. We set it up.
Oh. That's the wrong account. Oh, that's the sandbox, that's why. Exit sandbox.
Okay, man. We have the dashboard, the invoices icon, and all of this stuff. So what we can do now? So we have. Okay, that's for tomorrow. If you want, you can finish because my internet is again shit. I have energy for some small things, but my internet is like. And we have passed 11 hours and 30 minutes streaming. A new record.
Okay. Wait, you sure? Should we just try and make it 12?
My internet is really
um,
bad. Like I can see
Yeah, no,
the
I know.
stream that is cutting every single minute.
It's fine. Yeah, we can call it a day. I'm just gonna share my screen quickly. If you can just have a look and show me where we could find the plans.
I saw it in the to-do.
Huh? No, no,
It's
I'm okay. No, actually, I'm not even sharing. Uh, this one. Here, where do you find the subscriptions?
that's the
Because I know you
production
made them.
environment. You have to click on the
Did you make it in the sandbox?
yeah. So we have a
Oh,
product catalog.
which
What
one?
the fuck? Did you remove them?
No. Is this the wrong account? Like,
No, it's this one. Because if we go to the home page, you're gonna see them, and they are loaded from our Stripe account.
huh?
Can you open the home page of the? Wait, I'm gonna open it. There are two plans, basic and advanced. Let's see from where I get them. So from our Stripe account, but which one I don't know because it's from secrets.
It's fine.
Wait a second. Products. No, it's not this one. It has to be in our account. Because I load them like in the code.
Let me exit the sandbox and see what email I've used to make that account. Because maybe I've used two different emails and I've made different account to try and log in into the app when I was testing stuff. Settings, profile. No, this is the main account. Interesting. I don't know. Hold on. He's the thing dying. Oh, he's dying.
How many accounts we have?
No, I checked it. The one I've logged into is with the company email. Is
But
the
we
right
should have it
account.
somewhere.
It just,
Because when I load the
I
project,
know. Yeah, you could see it on the pricing cards. Just look at it on the pricing cards.
there is
There you
like
see.
a key. I can't see it's a Stripe key and just a key. I don't know where these keys come from. Because see,
What?
it's a key. I can't see which is a user.
No, no. When you load the application, when you go to the landing page.
There are two pricings, like basic and advanced.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we need to know.
So if I
Basics and advanced.
let's just see. I will console log this Stripe account, like the products, to see which is the account. So there is only the account. Stripe, can I get something from Stripe? Stripe client. It's here.
Product catalog, all products.
This is your account, and this is a sandbox. But we've made a mistake to make it in the connect, not in our main one. But that's not a problem. We can switch it. It's easy.
Yeah. Not a problem at all. Okay, look, it's 10 o'clock for you. It's 8 o'clock for me. Are we doing a stream tomorrow morning? Or is the next one Tuesday? It's up to you.
Tomorrow morning, it's okay. So I will just gonna commit all of these changes. So add projects context. Okay. So for tomorrow, we have to finish some of the functionalities that you have this. And in Tuesday, we have to make a really cool, like, really good look at the project. If it's missing something, if something from the code is not okay, because we have done it so fast and we have to check it well.
So what is left? We need to do recent invoices for dashboard for both overall all projects and individual projects. Then we need to do cards, like statistic cards. And
We have to
then
handle the user payments plan and limits. We have to make a landing page.
Landing page and graphs, like the free graphs from the invoices. And then maybe we do cards on the top. So free card. I'll share screen. Cool. Maybe line and expense lines. No, income, expense, and revenue. This will be over a time frame. No, time frame selected by the user. Monthly revenue. Monthly profit. Top performing project. Actually, not like this. Far. What else do we put here? Invoices. Hello, can you hear me, Sunshine?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What can we put here?
I don't know now. We can do a research tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I think
We
then
can
we can
wrap the
call it a
day.
day.
Yeah. So tomorrow we'll continue.
7 o'clock
When?
UK time
7 o'clock
or
UK.
6 o'clock UK time.
7 or 6?
We'll do 6. We'll try to do 6:30 latest.
Okay, let me just think. 8:30 is 6:30 to when? 8:30.
Roughly there, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So are you sure? Because if you want, we can wake up at like 6. We can start at 6 at 7.
For an hour and a half. If I'm trying to make that billing thing and it takes longer than expected, we don't want to be wasting time. So the more time the better, because we don't have that much time left anyways. And I think maybe because you've already run us through the functionalities of creating the table, and for the tables we have already created in terms of invoices, we're literally going to copy paste it and then just display the last 10
Mm.
for the dashboard.
Mm.
And then, like, it shouldn't be too much craziness to do on Tuesday to just complete a functioning working MVP. And then after that, we can run through the code. And let's say while you're implementing the table and maybe the graphs or the cards, I can do the landing page.
Mm.
So then that way I'm not like standing, I can support you. Because for Tuesdays, it's looking like an adventure time.
Yeah.
It looks like quite a lot of work for Tuesday.
Okay, man. See you.
See you tomorrow
See you tomorrow
morning,
morning, and
early time.
thanks for everyone who was with us today. Almost 12 hours. So really appreciate your time. See you.